IT, are you ready?
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good morning. I call this meeting to order. Today is April 12th, 2023. The time is now 10:06. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Oscar Puig Corvée.
Here.
Councilwoman Maureen Porras.
Here.
Councilwoman Digna Cabral.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rafael Pinedo.
Present.
Mayor Christy Fraga.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you. Please rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilman Oscar Puig Corvée. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I know, I have a little pin on it. We will now have the invocation by Pastor Palma from Mi Casa de Oración. Good morning. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Before praying, I would like to read from Scripture a verse. And I believe it applies to everybody in this room. And it says that in Exodus chapter 31, verse 2 and 3 says like this: I have called by name to Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Ur, of the tribe of Judah. And this is the verse that I'm referring to. And I have filled him with the Spirit of God in wisdom, understanding, knowledge, and in all manner of workmanship. So we stand here today to call unto the name of God. He's known by many names. And I would like to pray for all of you today. Can you bow your heads as I pray? Dear and loving Father, thank you on behalf of all of us gathered here today. Thank you for your many abundant blessings. Thank you for life itself. And thank you for the measure of health that you have given us. We need this health to fulfill your calling to our lives, Father. Thank you for sustaining us. Thank you for friendship. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work for the city, for our families, for the community. Thank you for giving us the ability to accomplish our responsibilities. Thank you for the freedom to embrace you, and thank you for the freedom to reject you, Father. Thank you for loving us even when we run away from you. Father, we know that in Scripture you ask us to obey our governing authorities. And today, they're here, I'm here before them, and I'm here to bless them, Father. I ask you for a special blessing for our mayor, for every member of this council, every member of the government, every elected member, and also the unelected people that is working hard to keep our community great. Father, I pray for all the levels and officials, in particular for this assembled council right now. I'm asking you that you graciously grant us and grant them wisdom to do this government. Father, give them a sense of the welfare that the people needs. And Father, give them a sense of justice and rightness, and give them the confidence in you and in their abilities. Father, I ask you today to give them the ability to work together in harmony, even when there is honest disagreement. And Father, I ask you for personal peace in their life and in their families, and also to do their tasks, the daily tasks that you have appointed them to do. I pray for the agenda set before us today. Please give us, Father, everything we need to benefit the people of the city. And Father, in the name of Jesus, I pray today. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. We will now set the agenda order of business. Madam Manager.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, City Clerk, City Attorney, and everybody in the audience. Madam Mayor and Council, I would like to defer item C and to the May Council meeting, if we can, please, which is the CBO grants. And I would also like to pull item H into discussion, which is an outdoor event permit. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Any member of the council or?
I have nothing.
Okay, I would like to pull item 6A, please. And if that could please be heard at 6 p.m. after item 20A. And in addition, I would like to see if we can actually reverse item 21A and B. So if we could hear B first and then A. So item 6A and 21B, I want them to be closer together so I can make a
Point on both.
point.
Got it.
Thank you. You understood that?
Yes, ma'am.
Good, all right. Okay, if there's no other deletions, additions to the agenda, I would also just like to make one more comment before we well, I'll do it before we go to consent agenda. No problem. I will now open up public comments section of this meeting. Please allow the 3 allotted minutes for your time. Please say your name and address for the record. We'll start with the people who have filled out these cards. You can speak to anything that is on the agenda or is not. Please just do so in a respectful manner. We'll start with Luimar Zabedi Garza.
Greetings, traitors, trannies, and tyrants. In looking at the agenda, hold on. On number K, 2350232, have we checked out, since you're going to be doing a human trafficking task force? Oh, I'm sorry, Luimar Zabedi Garza, homeless, not hapless. My bad. Have we checked to see in this human trafficking task force if we have eliminated and gotten rid of the Freemason police embedded in our City of Doral Police Department? For items E and F regarding extra money going for the architectural and engineering services, again, I would like to point out that that's probably money laundering that you're dealing with, and I would hope that you would review that. And last month, I want to make clear that I made a request to have a meeting with you and the city manager. I came personally a week later, left a message, and I also left an email. And my question is, during the month, if I were to make a request of your FOIA, a FOIA request of your agenda for the month, how many lobbyists and developers and et cetera you have met? And you've known me for 23 years. I've been here since day one, and not one of you called me back. And I hate to air dirty laundry like I've asked you to call me so we can talk about this privately and get this out of the way. And you have yet to acknowledge me. And I would hope that you would take that time to understand that I'm trying to help you after 23 years. Beyond that, we have, believe that is it for today. I'm not going to be too harsh, but I am going to stick around all day, and I would appreciate if you would make the effort to have a meeting with me. We'll make it short and succinct. As we all know, J.C. Bermudez had that famous line. Thank you.
Thank you, Luimar. Mr. Richard Glutstack.
Good morning, everyone. Richard Gluckstad, 4768 Northwest 114th Avenue. Okay, I'd like to start off with this Flintstonian prayer that I got from my church during Easter in Spanish. It says, Amar, amar, amar es entregarse con alma y cuerpo a la humanidad. Love, love, love is giving yourself, body and soul, to humanity. Vivir, 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 siempre sirviendo, sin que tú esperes algo para ti. Live, 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 always serving, and that you never wait for anything for yourself. So I would hope that everybody in this city that works for the city or is our representative is doing so because they're trying to help the people of the city, and not just the people of the city, but the people of the world. I picked out two things here that I'm not too happy with. It's on the consent agenda. First one is E, 23-5039 resolution. It says increase the contract amount of KVC construction by $821,531. So no more than a total of $9,321,531. That was for the Cultural Arts Center. I think sometimes if you have a contract with a vendor and they come back later on a bait and switch, just say no, we're not going to give it to you. Say sorry. Go over the contract, make sure you know what you're talking about as a city, and if the contract says they're going to get a certain amount of money and they come back later with a bait and switch, say no, you're not going to get it. That's a lot of money. The last one is, I'm against this too. F, 23-5047, resolution on the Cultural Center. Increase the contract amount, Bermelo Ajamal Architects, by $116,606, no more than a total of $851,601. So if you take all that bump in the money that you're going to pay the architect and the builders, it's like almost $1 million. And for years, I've asked the city to give part-time workers benefits, which you just ignore. I guess you like to have a class system here, but I don't like class systems. That's not what America's all about. I don't like to see the haves and the have-nots in front of my eyes here. And Abuelita's working in parks to pick up dog poop, and they don't get any benefits. So instead of paying these people $1 million, use that money and give these people benefits, or get rid of the part-time positions altogether and just hire everybody full-time from now on. That'll take care of it. That way, there's no class system here anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Blutstat. We now have Mr. Luis Nieves.
Morning, everyone. Okay, first of all, thanks for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Mr.
And-
Nieves, your address for the record, please. La
Excuse me?
dirección, your address.
Oh, sorry. 8175 Northwest 104 Avenue, Doral, Florida, 33170. Okay?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate, and I'm sorry for my English. But my name is Luis Nieves. I'm a sport journalist. I'm the director of the tennis tournament, Doral Open. Doral Open is a tennis tournament with boys and girls from different parts of the world. So high level, I'm talking about professional tennis player, college player, former pro. So it's really good level. And after 4 edition in Trump National Doral, I'm looking for most support or I'm looking for a star relationship with the city of Doral. Is really important to the tournament, to the event. It's getting better in every edition. So yeah, in the beginning, for me, it's really important if I can use the logo of the city of Doral for banner, flyer, for is for me it's really important. The in the future, I think in the next edition in summer, you can say Doral Open is the official tennis tournament for the city of Doral. So basically, I'm here for that. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nieves. At this time, we'll take any other comments that have not signed up to speak. This would be your opportunity. Being that there's no additional comments, we will close the public's comments portion of this meeting. We'll now move to the consent agenda.
Madam Mayor, it'll be all of the items on section 6 with the exception of item 6C, 6H, and 6A.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Councilman. There's a motion to approve on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Vice Mayor Pinedo. Before we call the roll, I just want to make one comment.
Okay.
For item 6S, which is a proclamation for National Gun Violence Awareness Day, I would just like to request that the administration light up the building orange in that day. I think I had sent the manager an email, but I did want to put it on the record so that there is direction to, in conjunction with this recognition, that we honor the awareness that is needed to be brought to gun violence, and we light up the building orange. Okay. With that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 6A, 6C, and 6H, made by Councilman Puig Corvée, seconded by Vice Mayor Pinedo. Councilman Puig Corvée?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pinedo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Porras?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabral?
Yes.
Mayor Fraga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item.
Next item, we move on to the approval of minutes. It'll be items 7A and 7B.
Thank you. Can I get an approval? A
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion by Councilman Puig Corvée, second by Vice Mayor Pinedo. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to approve items 7A and 7B, made by Councilman Puig Corvée, seconded by Vice Mayor Pinedo. Councilman Puig Corvée?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pinedo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Porras?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabral?
Yes.
Mayor Fraga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Presentations.
Presentations, item 8A, Keep Doral Beautiful Business Award.
Thank you.
If we can call up the Code Compliance Assistant Director, Danny Del Toro.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, Madam Manager, Mr. Deputy Manager, Madam Attorney, Madam Clerk. Danny Del Toro, Assistant Code Compliance Director. This month, we are pleased to recognize Imperial Freight Brokers for their outstanding commitment to keeping Doral beautiful. The property for which they're being recognized is located at 10890 Northwest 29th Street. Imperial Freight Brokers has been in the city of Doral since 1983 at 3 separate locations. This property is approximately 148,000 total square feet, and the company has 25 employees. Imperial Freight Brokers began as a humble mom-and-pop customs brokerage business and has evolved into a full-service logistics company, handling every aspect of the supply chain. Some of the recent improvements include repainting the exterior of the building, upgrading their sprinkler system, planting fruit trees, and a monthly scheduled landscape maintenance for the entire property. It is with great pleasure that we name Imperial Freight Brokers for the Keep Doral Beautiful Business Award for their continued efforts to keeping Doral beautiful. Madam Mayor and Council, here to accept the award is CEO Ralph De La Rosa.
Welcome, Mr. De La Rosa. Would you like to say a few words?
Good morning, everyone. We are very honored to receive this award. As they mentioned, we've actually been in what is now the city of Doral 20 years before it was the city of Doral. And I think representing the international trade community, we are very appreciative to the city and to how friendly it is to businesses. And many of our employees live and work in Doral, and we feel very honored to be part of a city that is so good for business, not just for South Florida, but really internationally. So thank you for this award, and thank you for your support of businesses in Doral.
Thank you. We'll take a picture if you would like to come up.
Sure.
Armando, are you gonna get in the middle? Can you send it to me?
Thank you very much.
Congratulations once
Nice to
again.
see you again.
Thank you.
Stop sign.
Of course. Our pleasure. Absolutely. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you guys for being consistent about that. They're the ones with the stop sign issue. They're the ones with the stop sign issue. Okay. We'll now move on to discussion items.
Discussion item 9A, City Attorney Search Committee recommendation. Mayor and council members, my mayor, that's my item. As you all know, pursuant to the city charter, you all appointed a search committee for the city attorney. They had their first meeting on February 1st, and then on February 6th, the HR department and the procurement division both posted an individual position and a request for qualifications. On March 6th, the procurement division received 4 submittals. And then at their following meeting on March 9th, obviously the committee requested an extension. Lastly, at their meeting on April 3rd, they held interviews with both applicants who applied for the individual position as well as the 4 firms. And in the memo, you will have the ranking of the firms. Unfortunately, one of the individuals that applied for the individual position did not make the interview. And lastly, as per the city charter section 3.02, the search committee has submitted to council their recommendations attached in the memo, and their duties have been concluded unless the council wishes to do otherwise.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So to my understanding, we have 2 options. Either we make a decision based on the recommendations of the committee, and that would require a motion, or we can direct the city clerk to convene another interview session with the makeup of this council. So this would be our time to discuss what the following steps or the desire of this council would be moving forward. Any comments?
As I understand, and you guys already were part of the selection committee, correct?
Correct.
The only one that wasn't was me.
And Councilwoman
And
Cabral.
Councilwoman Cabral.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
So again, we have 2 options. Either we can make a motion at this time to take the recommendation of the search committee and give it to the highest recommended applicant, or we can host another round of interviews with this body.
I'll make a motion to approve the committee decision.
So to go with neighbors Giblin, Nickerson, and
Mhm.
OPA. Okay, there's
I
a
will
motion on the
second that
table.
one.
There's a second by Vice Mayor Pinedo. And Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to select Neighbors Givling Nickerson, PA, as the city attorney as recommended by the search committee, made by Councilman Puig Corvée, seconded by Vice Mayor Pinedo. Councilman Puig Corvée?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pinedo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Porras?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabral?
Yes.
Mayor Fraga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. I'll give a moment to our city attorney to say, actually, before you do that, I want to thank all the applicants. I know we have some here. I believe Garcetti, Lopez, and Mastre is here. Thank you very much for applying and for your participation in this process. We very much appreciate it. Thank you. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. Thank you for your trust and support. We will continue to serve you honorably. It's been an absolute honor to serve you the past 2 months, and we'll continue to do so and provide superior legal services, both to everybody individually and as a council as a whole.
Thank you. I guess there will be a contract negotiation and then. come back.
Correct, and a resolution will be brought forward.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We'll work on that. Thank you. And we will move on to item B.
Item 9B, discussion advisory board member nominations.
My colleagues, this is just the additional board that we, the advisory board, and a couple of the alternates that we had to move around. And I believe next month we'll be bringing forward the Smart City Board, as well as I will be appointing new people to the Art and Public Places Board. So I'm still working on those. It's a little harder than it seems. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Motion by Vice Mayor Pinedo.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Porras. Madam Clerk?
Motion to approve the nominations as presented, made by Vice Mayor Pinedo, seconded by Councilwoman Porras. Vice Mayor Pinedo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Porras?
Yes.
Councilwoman Puigcorvée?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabral?
Yes.
Mayor Fraga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item C?
Next item, 9C, a resolution of the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Doral, Florida, authorizing the use of the city logo by Lolo Productions LLC for the Doral Open 5, a tennis tournament to be held August 3rd to the 6th, 2023 at Trump National Doral, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I asked for this item to come forward. I have actually participated and gone to several of the events that have been held by the Doral Open. Mr. Nieves, who spoke earlier, brings tennis players from around the world to participate. He's had from several different countries. I believe this is the only organized tennis tournament that takes place in our city. It's held at the Trump National Doral, and it's had very well attendance. And so we are only requesting that the use of the logo be incorporated, as he is really bringing recognition to the city and tourists from around the world to come and watch the Tennis Open as it continues to grow. We look forward to participating and being there to support sports individuals in our community that are really highlighting the incredible talent in our city. So that's my request, and if there's
Motion to approve.
any discussion, there's a motion by
Second.
Vice Mayor Pinedo, a second by Councilman Puigcorvée, and I believe that
May I just say something really
Councilwoman
quick?
Porras
Thank
would
you,
like to
Madam Mayor.
discuss. Yes.
I'm really glad that this was brought forward. Thank you. I think it really does, it really does show the value of Doral, where we are promoting a healthy and active lifestyle. So thank you. So that's all I just wanted to say. I appreciate these events here.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman, you had a comment?
I did what our councilwoman said, and just wanted to say to Mr. Nieves, your English is very good looking.
Yes.
So
did
it's
a
very
great
good. So don't be shy. You're doing well, and thank you for bringing this great tournament to the city. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, he does a great job of representing everything the city has to offer, and he's been such a great advocate to the sport community, particularly tennis. So happy that we will support this type of event in our city. Any other comments? Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Motion to approve, made by Vice Mayor Pinedo, seconded by Councilman Puigcorvée. Vice Mayor Pinedo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Puigcorvée? Councilwoman Porras?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabral?
Yes.
Mayor Fraga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Congratulations. Thank you. Item D.
Next item, item 9D, a resolution of the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Doral, Florida, urging the Florida Legislature to enact House Bill 919, Senate Bill 1114, or similar legislation that would strengthen homeowners association laws to enhance protections for HOA members and communities, prevent HOA fraud and mismanagement, and provide enhanced criminal and civil enforcement powers, providing for transmittal and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Vice Mayor Pinedo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, certainly, as we all know, while many HOAs communities run smoothly, there has been instances of fraud and mismanagement that are certainly adversely impacting public safety and the welfare of our city's residents. So I believe is very important for us as a city council to support the legislation like HB 919 and SB 1114 that will enhance protections for HOA communities and members. By doing so, we can provide additional safeguards for our residents and prevent future instances of fraud and mismanagement in our city. So that's why I urge you, my colleagues, to vote in favor of this resolution and send a clear message that the city of Doral is dedicated to the safety and well-being of our residents.
Motion to approve?
Motion by Councilwoman
Second.
Cabral, second by Councilman Puig Corve.
If I may, please.
Yes, absolutely. Councilman, you're recognized.
I agree with you, Councilman Piñeros, and in addition to that, I think it's a step forward to helping residents with HOAs, and Doral is probably 90% or more HOAs as a city in all of our communities or sub-communities. And hopefully this will continue to get better. I don't think we're there where we need to be, but this is another step as the legislature is moving forward with protecting residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilwoman Porras.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing this. I think it is important for us as a city council body to support these types of legislative actions, even though we don't directly, legislate. I think it's important for them to see that we, as a body that represents a community, are in favor of these things. So thank you for doing this and bringing this item.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
For me?
Yes, absolutely, Councilwoman.
I want to recognize and thank Senator Ana Maria Rodriguez because she's been the one that has been always been the voice for so many residents that go through many difficulties within HOA. As you may know, I was president for mine for over 9 years and also the chair for one of the community development district. And I know exactly how, unfortunately, sometimes things are managed within some of the associations. Also to our Commissioner, J.C. Ramirez, because I know that when he was also part of our council, he always was very supportive to everything that has to do, any legislation that has to do with HOAs. So I just wanted to irradiate that.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I'd also like to thank Vice Mayor Pinedo for bringing this forward. I think that this is extremely appropriate. Our community has always fought for more regulation and enforcement of HOAs from the state level, knowing that unfortunately it doesn't fall under our purview to have more oversight as much as we would like to. And I have had conversations with our police department about opening up a specialized fraud unit. And something that I would like to see us focus on. Even though it doesn't necessarily fall under our purview, there's many times where HOAs will take it upon themselves to hire detectives or hire their own company to look at fraud that could be happening or situations where laws aren't being followed, and then they can actually be prosecuted by law enforcement or by the state attorney's office. But many times law enforcement is very backed up, and so the cases just get kind of piled up. So I'd love to have our department look at a specialized fraud unit to be able to take on some of these cases that are very evident that there's been mishandling and misuse of funds. So that's something that we will, hopefully see towards the future as we have additional discussions on how we can enhance our police department and these particular cases that affect directly our residents. And particularly, I tend to see that it happens a lot in our senior citizens. So I support this. I think that this is a great way to show our support to the state. I was in Tallahassee in the end of March, and I have a report during my mayor's report on many legislations that we are following very closely that will affect our community, and also hopefully funding that we will be receiving on from the state that will help us tremendously. So thank you once again, Vice Mayor, for bringing this forward, and for all of our colleagues for supporting it. Madam Clerk?
I have a motion to approve by Councilwoman Cabral, seconded by Councilman Puig Corve. Councilwoman Cabral?
Yes.
Councilman Puig Corve?
Yes.
Councilwoman Porras?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pinedo?
Yes.
Mayor Fraga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now
Next item, item 9E, a resolution of the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Doral, Florida, approving an increase to the existing contract amount with KVC Constructors, Inc. for the construction of the Doral Cultural Arts Center in an amount not to exceed $821,531 for a new total not to exceed contract amount of $9,321,531. Authorizing the city manager to expand budgeted funds and further hereof, provide for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Madam Manager. This
Thank
is your
you.
item.
This item is brought before you because they have a lot of, the KVC is a contractor that built out the Doral Cultural Arts Center. They have a list of change orders due to an extended time being on the project, along with COVID being a factor in all of this. There's a lot of factors when it comes to constructions. We, in construction, had even a bigger one because of COVID, so there was higher rates on here. I believe in providing a history to these items and making sure that everybody's aware of what's going on. And I'm actually going to now give the floor to Assistant Parks and Recreation Director Lazaro Quintero. I have also assigned Lazaro to now start overseeing the parks bond. Therefore, he is now your point person on overseeing the parks bond in partnership with AECOM, of course, and managing their agreement. So, Lazaro, please take over.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Madam Manager, Madam Attorney, Mr. Deputy Manager, Madam Clerk. Lazaro Quintero, Assistant Parks and Recreation Director. Mayor and council members, the item before you for your consideration today is a request to increase the existing contract amount for KVC Constructors, Inc., who serve as the contractor for the Doral Cultural Arts Center. The requested increase is needed in order to process outstanding change orders, which were requested during the project due to unforeseen conditions, along with requests during the inspection process by authorities having jurisdiction. A quick timeline for KVC Constructors. They were issued a notice to proceed back on February 24th, 2021, with a duration for the project for 365 calendar days. Therefore, their initial project completion date was February 24th, 2022. In January of 2022, they were issued a time extension of 8 weeks, bringing their new construction end date from February 24th, 2022 to April 26th, 2022. Thereafter, there was an additional time extension which was granted, bringing 4 weeks, bringing their date from April 26th, 2022 to May 24th, 2022. The project ultimately achieved its substantial completion and was issued a temporary certificate of occupancy in October of 2022. The delays from May to October were due to continued constraints on the market conditions that the construction industry was facing, in addition to unforeseens the project faced. It's important to note that during the Parks Bond Program update presentation provided to the council during the February 8th, 2023 council meeting by AECOM, it was shown that the Doral Cultural Arts Center had a projected final cost of $11,884,487. AECOM had accounted for the outstanding change orders within that final projected cost. Therefore, no additional funding outside of what has already been approved as part of the Parks Bond Program is being requested. Mayor and council members, George Garcia from AECOM is here and is available to answer any questions.
We're requesting approval for the change order is what the next step is. Please feel free to ask questions. One thing that Lazaro, and we've talked about already, this was bidded and it was awarded September of 2020. So just know it did go through the procurement process, the construction.
Yeah, just questions. So these change orders are coming in front of us, but they were issued back in 2021?
No, George could elaborate a little bit further, but none of the change orders right now that are being funded have been issued as of yet.
Right.
Okay.
Correct. So this is to close out the contractor. Some of these change orders, because it's a bundle, have been submitted for close to 6 months, and in order for us to review, properly evaluate the fairness of the change orders, we directed the contractors to proceed. They did, as well as the design team. They continued to assist in the construction efforts while we evaluated that. And what we've reached today, what we're requesting today, is what we believe is fair to close out the contractor.
Okay.
So, but nothing has been executed.
Okay. And if I heard correctly, the amount of money that is being requested will not exceed the budgeted amount that was issued for that specific project.
Correct. Yeah. It's already been forecasted probably about 6 months ago, and it was, excuse me, presented back in the February presentation.
February of 2023.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other? Yes, Vice Mayor Pinedo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I just wanted to reiterate what Councilman Puig just mentioned, just to make sure. So we're talking about that, and for the residents to know as well, that what we're talking about is actually less than what was allocated, right? And two, that no additional funding outside of what has been already approved as part of the Park Bond program is being requested, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other comments? Okay, I have a couple comments very quickly. So again, to clarify, and obviously we've had this conversation several times, but the reason this has to come before us is because there was a not to exceed amount on the original contract, correct?
Yes.
So obviously with the change orders, they exceeded
Yes.
that original amount. So to be able to pay them out, it's got to come back before council because there was a not to exceed amount. Those exceeded amounts were in 2022.
Yes.
So we're basically just making sure that legally we can pay out what has already been expended from before the closeout of the project.
Correct.
Okay, and those exceeded amounts were already budgeted for. So they were presented in the findings that we had in our report in February of 2023 when we pretty much sat down and said, this is what we're expending and not moving funds anymore for each project.
That is correct. Yes.
Correct. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that's true. And I just want to make a point. There was a public comment about this from Mr. Klutzak, which I think walked out. I tend to agree in many cases that when a contract is signed with a vendor, we should be able to meet those standards. However, in this case, my understanding is that this was a CM at risk project.
No, it was
I'm
a
sorry,
hard bid, and that's why we are where
it was
we
a
are
hard
today.
bid. Sorry, I got those confused.
Yeah.
It was a hard bid, and in a building like this, it should have been a CM at risk type of contract, which is what we're doing in Doral Central Park.
And Mayor, to your point, you're absolutely right. This, because it was such a custom-made design, it should have been a CM at risk. When working, hard bids are usually things that are very specific. I mean, that are you can take off the shelf basically, and people can bid on it. Because of the design being so custom and unique, it was a very unique building, as you see out there, very difficult construction project. A CM at risk would have been the best route, in my professional opinion, and I think that Lazaro and I have discussed this multiple times, even discussing it in 2018 when we went out for bond, that this should be a CM at risk due to the uniqueness of this building and the way it was designed, that then the owner, the architect and engineer, and the construction company could work together going through some of these issues that they currently went through the hard bid process. Therefore, a lot of change orders are during the hard bid process and during the construction, there's a lot of back and forth, a lot of requests for information, a lot of disagreements with the contractor and the architect because the architect designed it a certain way, the contractor may not see it that way or is trying to find, within the price range, these amenities to make sure that they can complete the construction project. Along with that, like I said at the beginning, COVID probably did not assist at all with that, and then created an even higher project. But to your point on also, it exceeded the contract rate. We do need to bring this back to you also that you can see, hey, this is how much it's going to cost, and we need to complete it because currently they do not have CO right now. They only have TCO, and this would help us get to CO because we're also needing to meet requirements from Miami-Dade County Fire, which is a lighting issue that's on the steps on the cultural center. So yes, this is before you due to that and making sure that we stay in line and transparent so that you know exactly what's being spent out of the bond. But it does not exceed the amount that was presented in the February 2023 council meeting.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to pretty much put it in layman's terms for people and understanding what we've gone through in making sure that everything is within the scope that we've now set. However, when we talk about a custom building and what the manager is saying is that this building has curvatures and cuts and different designs, which architecturally look great, but when it's time for construction, well, there's challenges that arise during that process. And so a hard bid is more for a cookie cutter style development or construction building versus what we got from that building, and that's why we ended up with all these change orders, which happen along the way because modifications need to be made to meet the design standard of the building. With that being said, again, we are in a situation where this building really was opened and tried to be closed out, but is still under a TCO. And so to be able to complete the punch list that is required by the contractor, we have to be able to pay out this money, which we weren't able to do because there was a not to exceed amount. So again, I just want to put that on the record because I think it's important in layman's terms that people understand that are not part of the construction industry, what we kind of found ourselves in to being able to, close this project out in a responsible manner with the full transparency that it deserves and that the public deserves.
Madam Mayor, and just to the point where you stated the public comment came in, we did fight a lot with the contractor, and even the second item that you're going to see here in front of you, we did try to negotiate as much as possible. But the last thing we want, and we always look at this and what's the best interest of the city and financially. So currently, right now, we're still in litigation with Legacy Park, because that is not finished. And the last thing we want, and who wins in those litigations, are the attorneys. No offense to attorneys, but we don't want for the attorneys to win. We want to be able to give the best product to the public, and we thought that this would be the best route and not end up somewhere like where we are today, which we're hopefully closing that litigation soon. But yes, that's why we made this route. But we did negotiate with the contractor, and along with that, we also negotiated with Bermeo to bring it as low as possible, but still completing the project.
And I also want to just point out that some of the issues that we have addressed in that building, like the sloping of the sideline and the cracking of the sidewalks and some of the issues inside the building are part of this punch list that will be completed within this scope, within the approval of this, correct?
Correct, yes.
So that way we get a fully complete and, turned over product. Okay. I just wanted to, again, put those on the record. I don't know if there's any other comments at this time. Otherwise.
Motion to approve?
There was a motion. No, there wasn't. Yeah, there's a motion by Vice Mayor Pinedo. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Puig-Corve. No other comments? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to approve made by Vice Mayor Pinedo, seconded by Councilman Puig-Corve. Vice Mayor Pinedo?
Yes.
Councilman Puig-Corve?
Yes.
Councilman Cabral?
Yes.
Councilwoman Porras?
Yes.
Mayor Fraga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item.
Next item, item F, a resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of Doral, Florida, approving the increase to the existing contract amount with Bermeo Jamil and Partners for architectural and engineering services and related disciplines for the Doral Cultural Arts Center in an amount not to exceed $116,606 for a new total not to exceed contract amount of $851,601, authorizing the city manager to expend budgeted funds in furtherance hereof, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam City Manager, this is also your item.
Again, this has to do with the previous item. This is the architect and engineer of record, Bermeo Jamil and Partners, also bringing in front of you that this exceeds their contracted amount, and that's why it's in front of you today. Make sure in transparency. And at this time, I'm going to give it to the Assistant Parks and Recreation Director, Lazaro Quintero, to go over the history of the bidding and their timeline when it came to this project.
Good morning once again, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Madam Manager, Madam Attorney, Mr. Deputy City Manager, Madam Clerk, Lazaro Quintero, Assistant Parks and Recreation Director, Mayor and Council members. The item before you for your consideration today is a request to increase the existing contract amount for Bermeo Jamil and Partners, who served as the architect of record for the Doral Cultural Arts Center. The requested increase is needed in order to process a change order for architectural and engineer extended services due to extensions in construction from unforeseen conditions and market conditions following COVID-19, resulting in the requirement to provide services longer than initially projected. So a brief history of Bermeo. During the March 13, 2019 council meeting, Mayor and council members approved Resolution 2019-59 awarding Bermeo Jamil Partners as the top-ranked firm to negotiate and enter into an agreement for the provision of providing architectural and engineering services and related disciplines for the Downtown Doral Cultural Arts Center for an amount not to exceed $700,000. And on June 9th, 2021, the Mayor and City Council members approved Resolution 2021-129, authorizing the City Manager to execute the First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement, which increase, their contract amount by $34,995,000 for art and public places requirement for a new not to exceed contract total of $734,995. The initial change order request submitted by Bermeo Agimil for extended services was in the amount of $268,480. Following final negotiations with Bermeo, they agreed to revise their change order request by half to $134,390. As with the prior item related to the Doral Cultural Arts Center, it's important to note that during the Parks Bond Program update presentation provided to Council during the February 8, 2023 Council meeting by ACOM, it was shown that the Doral Cultural Arts Center had a final projected cost of $11,884,487. ACOM had accounted for the change order within that final projected cost. Therefore, no additional funding outside of what has already been approved as part of the Parks Bond Program is being requested. Mayor and Council Member, George Garcia from ACOM is here and is available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
As I stated, they did negotiate it half down. This was to a year on board with the project extension. So Bermeo stayed on board to make sure they answered any questions and doing their due diligence along with their construction administration services. So the reason for this, from what my understanding, their request was due to the timing. So this is their hourly rate. And this is due to being an extra year on the project as the architect and engineer of record, as they should be. We're requesting approval for.
Thank you, Madam
If I
Manager.
may.
Yes, Councilman.
Madam Manager, does the architect have to stay on the project to answer questions, or
They should.
or they don't have to? Is this a choice?
And I'm
Legally required?
Yes, they are required by contract to stay on until the completion. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions, comments? No? Same comments as I had in the previous item, you know, which are very much in line. It's the contractor and the architect both found themselves in this situation, and so did the city because of the decisions that were made moving with this project in the manner that it was you know, built out. So with that being said, we just want to make sure this doesn't happen again. You know.
And to that point, we're going to be bringing in June the CM at risk for Doral Central Park for Kaufman Lynn. So their final CM at risk, yes, so that we do not exceed. And that's a different type of construction project. It's not hard bid. They've been working with the owner and the architect. They've all been on board. And so we're going to do a final, this is their 5th phase of the project, so that there will be a not to exceed amount for them as well.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Motion by Vice Mayor Pinedo. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Puig Corve. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to approve made by Vice Mayor Pinedo, seconded by Councilman Puig Corve. Vice Mayor Pinedo? Yes. Councilman Puig Corve?
Yes.
Councilwoman Porras?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabral?
Yes.
Mayor Fraga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Next item, item G, a resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of Doral, Florida, approving an agreement and expenditure of funds with Howard R. DeRosen to serve as the city's charter enforcement official, providing for authorization, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam City Attorney, this is your item.
Thank you, Mayor, Honorable Council. If you guys will please indulge me, I'm going to go through the history of the Office of Charter Enforcement, how it originated, and how now this item is coming before you today. So pursuant to Section 2.07 of the Charter, there is a Charter Enforcement Office that is charged with investigating and enforcing not only federal, state, and county laws, but the city's charter, the city's ordinances, and regulations. The office was created by a charter amendment in 2014. However, it was never implemented. In 2019, the council initiated a charter amendment to revise the requirements of that charter section, to amend the qualifications for the committee members as well as the officer itself. During the time that charter amendment was going through the process to be amended, the city enacted an ordinance designating the city's police internal affairs police department as the charter enforcement office. Finally, in 2020, the charter was amended, and in 2021, the council began the process of appointing a selection committee to select a charter enforcement officer. They met 4 times. Ultimately, they appointed a gentleman by the name of Howard Rosen. They recommended a budget of $50,000 for his contract, and thereafter, the city attorney, the former city attorney, negotiated a contract with Mr. Rosen, which is attached to the addenda. And essentially, the terms are: it's a 3-year contract. He's an independent contractor, a monthly retainer of $3,500 per month for a maximum amount of 90 hours of work. Once he exceeds the 90 hours for a year, his hourly rate of pay is $700 per hour. The contract was signed by Mr. Rosen in July of 2022. However, he is a retired state attorney, and so because it was an FRS employer, and the city is an FRS employer, he had to wait a year before he could commence. So he asked that the start date be April of 2023. So that's how now we are now, over a year removed from his appointment, and yet now the contract is coming before you. Now, Section 2.07H of the charter specifically provides that the contract of employment has to be approved by council before it becomes effective, and that was never done. The contract was never brought before council to be approved, and so that's why it's here for your consideration. I've now had an opportunity to review the contract. There's some issues with the actual contract terms that are inconsistent with the charter. As well, I spoke with Mr. Rosen himself just this past Friday. And because of both of those things, it warrants a renegotiation of the terms of the contract. Mr. Rosen agrees with that. Mr. Rosen himself was the one that raised the fact that 90 hours for an entire year is a wholly insufficient amount of time, and that the $700 an hour would kick in fairly quickly, and that's not budgeted for. In fact, as I indicated, there's only $50,000 budgeted for this position. Therefore, for that reason, because the charter provides that it needs to be approved by council and it never was, we're bringing it before you. But my recommendation at this time is to allow me an opportunity to go and renegotiate with Mr. Rosen the contract, including the terms, that it comports with the charter, and that financially it's something that's feasible.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Is there any comments from the council? Yes,
Madam
Councilwoman Portas.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. I agree with the candidate. 90 hours is very low. It's very little, and I think the contract amount or the after the 90 hourly rate of $700 is excessive. And shouldn't the charter official be an employee of the city, or is this contract, set up as a contractor? Is that appropriate?
No, and in fact, that's one of the concerns. The charter specifically provides that the city attorney shall negotiate a contract of employment with the charter enforcement official, and this contract is set up as an independent contractor, not an employee. Consistent with that, the charter provides that the selection committee will recommend a salary, and again, more consistent with that person being an employee, not an independent contractor. So again, that's why this contract doesn't comport with the strict terms of the charter, and also there's the financial component that would need to be renegotiated.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick comment and maybe clarification as well. So I know that according to the charter, it says that after the committee make their selection, it has to be approved by council. That never took place, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I know what you're asking, and I agree, but do we take a vote on the approval or denial of this particular person and contract, or?
The selection committee already appointed this individual.
Right.
And so right now you're only going to either approve or deny the contract with that individual. So we're not revisiting the appointee, just
Got it.
revisiting the contract
contract.
terms.
Okay.
And my recommendation is to renegotiate so that we can revise the terms to comply with the charter.
So so we have to change the wording on what we're going to approve today then? or not?
It's at the will of the commission. Right now, the resolution is
written
on for
allows you
approval.
to
But
negotiate?
if you provide that direction.
Okay, so we have to provide the direction. Okay. And that is to be able to align with the charter.
Correct.
At this moment, in your opinion, it doesn't align with the charter.
Correct. He should be an employee, should be an employment contract, not an independent contractor. And also, even by Mr. Rosen's own concession, the monetary amount just doesn't work. There's only $50,000 budgeted for this office, which is only enough to cover his retainer. His retainer is $3,500 a month. Mr. Rosen was the one that brought up at 90 hours a year, that's only 8.5 hours a month. He's one witness statement can take 4 hours.
Right.
And so
Mr. Rosen is in agreement of the charter provision and him becoming an employee and not a contract.
that conversation I have not had with him in terms of employee versus independent contractor, but we
Okay.
did have a discussion concerning the monetary terms.
Right.
And for him, he believes it should be a higher retainer with no cap on the hours because just the 90 hours is not enough. And then you're put in the same position. Again, the 50,000 that's allotted for this budget is only enough for the retainer. And according to the charter, he's also allowed to conduct his own investigations, hire outside counsel, hire consultants. He's permitted to submit reimbursable expenses. None of that was budgeted for.
Right.
So we
So-
kind of have to revisit this, work with him, and see, if he's able to come lower, and then I'll bring it back to council.
So if we need to budget for everything else and he's suggesting no cap, then we could create a budget that if he has to go over the budget, it has to come to council.
correct.
That way we have transparency with our constituents.
Right, it would require a budget amendment.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor.
Yes. Vice Mayor Pineda, you're
So,
recognized.
thank you. So, in that case, can I move forward, just placing a motion rejecting the agreement?
You may.
Okay, so I place the motion.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion on the table and a second by Councilman Porras. I do have some comments. So I reviewed this after it was brought to my attention that it had never come to council a year later, even though the charter requires that. And in review of the contract, and I actually remember watching some of the committee meetings that took place, and there was actually concerns from the committee on the amount that was the $700 amount seemed to be very excessive. So in my opinion, this is an open checkbook, okay, of our city to this person at this amount. Right now, the $3,500 retainer a month is $42,000 a year. Only $50,000 were budgeted for this fiscal year, meaning there's only $8,000 left, which is 11.42 hours, okay? Besides the fact that it's basically open for this person to be able to contract whoever they want, and we have to reimburse them. So I think that this is very dangerous and fiscally irresponsible. We can't be doing budget amendments every time this person feels that they're, that they need more funds. And secondly, I think the biggest problem is that there's no oversight. There's really just no oversight of this person in the sense that they just they have to provide a report to the city attorney, but we can't impede the investigation. Not that anybody wants to impede the investigation, but the investigation will require funding, and so basically they're expending funds without approval of council. It would be like retroactively approving this funding. So I have a lot of concerns about this. Besides the fact that, thank you, Councilwoman Porras, for bringing up the issue of the charter saying that it should be an employee, because I didn't even realize that. When I read the charter again, I noticed that actually this agreement states in Section 8, Rosen is an independent contractor under this agreement and can actually hold outside employment and take on clients and things. And I think that that's a conflict on its own. So I think this person has to be willing to do this for a salary as an employee of the city, and there should be terms in there that state that they cannot take on additional clients, because I think that that would cause a conflict inevitably at some point. So when renegotiating, and I agree with the city attorney's recommendation of rejecting this particular contract and allowing her to go back out and negotiate with Mr. Rosen under these new terms. and then bringing it back before us. Now, there is a possibility that Mr. Rosen will not accept those terms, and then at that point, we'll have to start over. But I think that it needs to be much more clear cut, and there needs to be a determined amount and figure to the salary and expectation of being an employee of the city in, you know, in adherence to the charter, because the charter spells it out as per Councilwoman Porras so clearly pointed out. And I went back and looked right now. I have the charter right here. And sure enough, it says it in this final section.
Reading it, please.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I actually just highlighted it as she was saying it. It says the city attorney shall negotiate a contract of employment with the charter enforcement official, except that before any contract shall become effective, the contract must be approved by a majority vote of the city council. So this person, and if you,
Does that mean it, sorry, may I?
yes.
Does that mean in that aside from employment, it can also be a contract or not?
No, it says specifically negotiate contract of employment.
Employment, okay, got it.
Right, so similar to your charter officers, they have contracts of employment. So they're employees of the city, but they have a
basically a charter.
contract of employment. Which brings the other issue with the whole hourly rate and the cap on the hours. The reason why that's not really feasible for this type of position is because if they go over, if the city council or whoever tries to say you're excessive, billing in terms of your whatever you're investigating, then it could look like you're interfering with an investigation, right? If you're saying we're not going to fund that anymore because you're going too far. And so that's when it becomes problematic, and that's probably why it was structured in the first place as an employee, so that there's not that issue.
Yeah. So I will, I would agree that we need to go back out and renegotiate with Mr. Rosen. Hopefully he's open to taking on the terms that the charter requires. And then we'll have a discussion when that comes back. And if not, we'll have to reappoint another
May I
committee.
too?
And look, I'm sorry?
May I? Like one more thing?
Yes,
Yeah.
1 second. So, I'm in full agreement of having that come back to us once you've had the opportunity to negotiate an employment contract. Yes,
So in addition
Councilman.
to what you're saying, it's, then we will have to come back, or HR will have to create also a position and a job description for this position.
Well, it's spelled out in
Or-
the charter. It's not really.
Yeah, I don't know if administratively they have already done that. That's more of an administrative position because, again, in the charter, it already calls for that position, and there has already been an adopted budget for that department or that office.
So right now, the point that we are at, because this committee has already convened and they've selected an individual, is we're rejecting the terms of this contract, which the previous council could have done too. It just never came before them.
Right.
The former city attorney never brought it for whatever reason. So now, because it said that this was effective April 1st, our city attorney brought it forward. We are rejecting because the recommendation is this is not in adherence to your charter. It's not. It's in violation of the charter technically. And so the recommendation is to go out and renegotiate with Mr. Rosen under the terms that would adhere to the charter's
To become an
requirement, and then it'll come before us for approval. Now, it is possible that Mr. Rosen can say, I don't agree to this, and then we'll have to start over. Hopefully, he will agree to the terms that our current city attorney will negotiate, and it'll be up to us to approve. So it will come before us once again. And then at that point, we will make a decision and have a discussion about the contract and how we proceed. Correct, Madam City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. So, Madam Manager, you have a question?
My
Comment?
deputy city manager pointed out also that to comply with the charter, would you all want to continue doing the internal affairs that had sunsetted in March of 2022? Is
I
there
was
anything you
going
guys to discuss that?
mention that as well. So the sunset provision of the internal affairs taking the role of the charter enforcement official sunsetted last year in March of 2022. It was never extended, even though there was technically no charter enforcement official until April. So we have an option of renewing that. I don't know if we could do that now, or if we should wait till you come back with the contract and then we'll make a decision at that point.
I'll know more by the May meeting. So either in May we've gotten somewhere with Mr. Rosen and I'm bringing back a contract of employment with him to move forward, or if not, then I will bring back for first reading the ordinance,
Correct.
having the Internal Affairs Department acting in that role, and then providing for a sunset date out into the future.
Right, perfect. Okay. Yeah, I think that's best. We'll give an opportunity for Mr. Rosen to negotiate with our current city attorney.
Either way,
And
I'm
come
going to
back with
have
a
something
report by
next
May.
month. Exactly.
Yeah, so we can try and comply as quickly as possible. Absolutely. All right, there's a motion on the table in a second. Madam Clerk?
I will read the motion into the record. Madam City Attorney, if you could, I'm going to read the motion into the record, just make sure that it's correct. I have a motion to reject the agreement and direct the city attorney to renegotiate the contract of employment with Mr. Howard Rosing and bring it back to council. Made by Vice Mayor Pinero and seconded by Councilman Porras. Vice Mayor Pinero?
Yes.
Councilwoman Porras? Councilwoman Cabral?
Yes.
Councilman Poy Corvée?
Yes.
Mayor Fraga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I believe we're now going to hear item 6H.
Yes, we're going back to consent item 6H, a resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of Doral, Florida, approving a special event permit requested by Mind Body Social to host the Doral Fit Fest at Doral Meadow Park, located at 11555 Northwest 58th Street, Doral, Florida, on Saturday, April 15, 2023, from 7:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., and providing for an effective date. This was pulled by the city manager.
Madam
Thank
City
you.
Manager?
First and foremost, I want you to know that I'm only putting it for discussion because of the sponsorship tied to it. So it wasn't clear in the resolution title. It is in the body of the resolution, but I want to make sure that we're transparent and letting everybody know that there is a request for sponsorship, and that's for discussion. And moving forward, anybody that requests a sponsorship, we will put it for discussion. Secondly, we got requests to use the trolleys, which is a direct cost, and abiding by the ordinance of that was created in 2022, we want to make sure that the applicant is aware that now there will be an additional cost to their application of $700. They are aware of it. They're in agreement. They're also here if they have any other, if you have any questions in regards to their outdoor event permit. Staff is in support of the event as well. Just wanted to make sure it was transparent if you have any questions or concerns.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Any comments from council? Any discussion?
I have a quick question.
Councilwoman Porras, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I know that you were looking at whether the trolley services could be waived or not. Is that something that can be waived?
It cannot be waived because it's direct cost. So yes, we did look into it, and it is due to the hourly rate and the bus driver. It is a direct cost, and we cannot waive that.
There's an ordinance that was
That was passed in 2022 in regards to
that does not allow,
sponsorships.
to waive
Correct.
direct costs.
Okay. Is that part of the request right now?
Yes, ma'am. I'm adding that on to the application. So it wasn't. They requested the applicant requested to use the city trolley. So therefore, we're adding the $700 additional fee to their application. It's a
Not
fee.
being waived.
Yeah.
It can't be because of the ordinance.
Correct.
Okay.
There's a motion on the table by Vice Mayor Pinedo. Is there a second? Second by Councilwoman Cabral. Any other comments? No? Okay. Please call the roll.
Motion to approve made by Vice Mayor Pinedo, seconded by Councilwoman Cabral. Vice Mayor Pinedo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabral?
Yes.
Councilman Poy Corvée?
Yes.
Councilman Porras?
Yes.
Mayor Fraga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We look forward to seeing you Saturday.
Mayor's report.
Okay. Let me pull up my, excuse me 1 second. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Esteemed colleagues, I wanted to first give you guys an update on our trip to Tallahassee. I was in Tallahassee between March 13th and March 16th. We had very productive meetings with several state representatives. I'll start with, I met with State Representative Vicky Lopez, who is carrying House Bill 617, which rolls back preemption on the, it was preemption under property rights, which also regulated parking. As many of you know, because I'm sure you've received the same emails I have, we have a big issue right now in the city of private parking lots utilizing a certain company to ticket on these private lots. And there was a bill that passed last year that basically preempted the city to have zero regulation over property rights and their ability to charge these fees and choose the company that they wanted, very limited signage. So basically, this bill, House Bill 617, it's amendments to that bill that would roll back some of this preemption. It's also being co-sponsored by Demi Cabrera. both Miami-Dade delegates, and they are basically asking that certain regulation be brought back locally, like signage, enforcement, and how you can appeal these tickets. Notice, right now, these notices go out, and it's only 15 days to pay them, so they're asking for additional notice time. It will not allow us to regulate price, which is fine. It's their property, their private property rights, and they have the right to charge what they want for parking. However, there are general consumer protection laws that should allow us to regulate and make sure that that the users are aware that they are parking on a private property, not on a public property, and that there are fees associated with parking there and how long they have to pay these fees and how much these fees are. Right now, that's not posted anywhere. It's not required because there is no regulation. So last I checked, and I will check again today, it was waiting to be heard in another committee to then go to the floor. So hopefully this, and it did pass the committee. I was there during the first committee hearing. It was in general government, I believe, committee hearing, and it had passed unanimously. State Representative Barrero, which is our representative, sits on that committee and was very supportive of these rollbacks so that we at the local level have more ability to regulate. So I'm following this very closely, understanding that this heavily affects our community. I receive emails all the time. I am now in contact with these owners, these property owners too, to let them know that, you know, that users are feeling affected by the high cost of these parking tickets. So just wanted to give you all an update on that. We met with Senator Ana Maria Rodriguez, talked about some of the HOA's bills as well. We met with the Office of Policy and Budget for the governor to discuss some appropriations that we will hopefully be getting. Right now, we have very good news that our appropriations are all funded. So we hope to get quite a significant amount of funding if everything goes well, and that would be for stormwater, for the pedestrian bridge additional funding, hopefully, and as well as safer streets. So we're hoping that in $750,000 per project is what we're currently funded for, so it's quite a bit of money. And so I can't promise that we will get all of it, but so far so good. We're in really good shape, and our lobbyists have done a great job of representing us, as well as our state representative, David Borrero, and our state senator, Brian Avila. I also met with Demi Cabrera, who is, she's heading one of the committees for appropriations. And then we had several meetings. I also met with Lieutenant Governor Janet Nunez, Department of Transportation Secretary Stacy Miller to discuss the grant that we currently have for the pedestrian bridge, of which it seems like we will have some updates coming soon on the progress of that and where that funding is going. And we've had several requests for extending the timeline on that grant. And honestly, we almost lost it. I think we saved it that day. And hopefully we will be able to ask for the extension we need to get the project off the ground. So overall, we had great meetings. David Borrero, we also met with the future House Leader, House Speaker, Danny Perez. We met with Ileana Garcia. So we had an opportunity to discuss the support for the funding items that we're asking for, as well as the all the legislative priorities that the city has, and also to let them know the stuff we weren't happy with. So hopefully we will be able to continue the conversations with them, and the governor will sign our appropriations requests. Besides that, and I also want to thank the manager. She came as well to Tallahassee and was extremely helpful, especially in the meeting with the Department of Transportation regarding the bridge and explaining the process, because we really are in jeopardy of losing that funding. So she was instrumental in making sure that the Department of Transportation understood our urgency in getting that moving. Besides that, I wanted to congratulate Economic Development, Manny, I don't see him, but for the Sister Cities event. It was a great event. I wasn't here for the Miami Symphony Orchestra, but I wanted to thank Vice Mayor Pinedo and Councilman Porras for taking the lead and being here and welcoming our residents. I heard it was a beautiful event, and so very, very, very well attended. So thank you, Parks, for putting that together, as well as the extravaganza was a great event for those that attended. It was beautiful. It was extremely well attended as well and very well organized. I also want to mention that I'm continue to be in very close contact with the county and the mayor's office about the incinerator. We had Senator Brian Avila visit when he was here a couple weeks ago, and we talked about some future legislation that could possibly help us. And so hopefully we will see that come to fruition in the next legislative session. I'll be working on some language that could be incorporated that would prevent future development of residential units around incinerators. So we're working on some of that. And that's pretty much it. And lastly, I just wanted to welcome our new CFO, Mr. Fernando Casamayor. Welcome aboard. I know, I'm sorry, Madam Manager. I know you're gonna do that too, but I wanted to say welcome. So it's been a pleasure having him on board. And in the same, I also wanna thank Sol for taking a very difficult role in a time that was very tough and did the best that she could and did a great job. So thank you for taking on that challenge. So that's pretty much my comments, Mayor's report. Sorry, Madam Manager, I know you're gonna do the same, but thank you very much. I don't know if anybody has any questions about Tallahassee or anything. I'd be happy to take them.
Council comments? Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, the council comment.
Council comments? Yeah. Go
I
ahead.
just want to
Councilman.
recognize the sad news that and recognize the life of our priest Elkin for Our Lady of Guadalupe, who passed away this week, and it was a very sad moment for a lot of people that attend our church here in Doral, and he was someone that was very involved with the community, helped a lot of people, and we're gonna miss him. And if we can just do a couple of seconds of silence, everyone, just to recognize his life and everything he achieved in a short amount of time that he was here on earth. He was also, at the beginning of his life, a firefighter. He was a first responder, and later on in life decided to become a priest. So if you don't mind,
Absolutely.
give a second of silence, please. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councilman, for bringing that up. Anybody else have council comments? Yes, Vice Mayor Pinedo.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to share with my colleagues and the administration and the residents. I know that I was looking at different other municipalities' website in regards to what they have been doing in regards to special needs and their programs. So I found out that the town of Miami Lakes, which is next door, they actually have a section dedicated for special needs, where families can find assistance in regards to different, it's like a resource guide, different information about organizations, what we're doing as a city to provide, what we provide to them. So I just thought that was going to be a good idea, and I want to share that with the administration, that the city manager are going to pass out the information to your office, because in honor of Autism Awareness Month, I think it's going to be good to actually incorporate that into our website. So I just wanted to share that with you. And also, since we always, and especially has been a concern for a lot of residents in regards to not texting and driving, since I know we had passed in different resolutions in the past regarding don't texting and driving, and we have actually run campaigns in regards to educational campaigns to not texting and driving. I think that we have a good opportunity again to start running some type of awareness campaign related with not texting and driving. And finally, I also wanted to mention that in regards to the incinerator, after the last council meeting, my office was able to send letters with the copy of the resolution to all commissioners, and at the same time to the senator's office, and we got a reply back from actually Senator Marco Rubio's office, and his willingness to help and get involved, especially at the EPA level. So I just wanted to share that with you. We're also coordinating that meeting eventually with his office, and I will let the administration know, the city manager's office know when that takes place, so that you guys, my colleagues, can be aware. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any comments? No? Okay. We'll move on to the next item. Thank you very
Yes,
much.
I have
Oh,
some comments.
Councilwoman Cabral?
Thank you
Yes.
so much for remembering Father Sierra. I mean, he was a wonderful spiritual leader for our community. He will be long remembered. I also wanted to ask to the city manager if it is possible in the administration. Last year, we were able to light up our Doral City Town Hall. On April 14 will be the National Blue and Green Day for National Donate Life. And I just want to read a little bit of what this is about. The Blue and Green night, the light up will be in honor to the National Donate Life Month, as a Legacy Donor Service Foundation joins the Donate Life Florida to encourage the public to register as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. The shining light, blue and green, we represent hope and remembrance for all of those that has been touched. And across the nation, there will be around over 100,000 men and women and children that are waiting for life-saving organ transplant. Over 5,000 of those individuals are listed at Transplant Center in Florida. So I will put also my their website, so whoever would like to register to, but I would like to ask if it is possible and if the council will support as well, that we will have on that date, on April 14, we will light up on blue and green our town home. Also, I want to recognize and to welcome back Armando Arana, that he's going to be working with my office, who was actually a diplomat, and he was the general counsel for Nicaragua and has been working here since 2014. So thank you for joining my office. Really appreciate that. Also, I wanted to mention that I have renewed my, I want to say a contract, a position with La OEA, where we keep fighting for the freedom and the democracy for different regions, which have effect on all of us, including our Cubans, Venezuelans, and Nicaragua, and other communities in Doral. And hope that everybody had a wonderful Passover and Easter as well. And remember that we have different events that are coming up. Actually, the one of the ones that I want to mention that is coming up will be Earth Day celebration. So I hope that you all going to be able to join us. And thank you to all the directors. I know that we have our strategic planning, so thank you for your time and also your input on giving many ideas. So thank you so much to all of you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. No other comments? Madam Clerk, move to the next item.
City Manager's report.
Madam City Manager.
Thank you. And yes, actually, all of you stole a lot of my thunder, so maybe I shouldn't even speak. So yes, I want to recognize our new CFO, Fernando Casamayol. Fernando has over 3 decades of public service, and he's done, most of it has been in the financial aspect of it, where he has background in accounting, budgeting, bonds, which is really important, taxes, a lot of that. He also has an innovation background, and a little fun fact about him, he's also a DJ. So if anybody needs to have a good party, he can probably put it on. But I'm really looking forward to bringing somebody with experience and a big background in that aspect of our city to the city of Doral, which would assist us with now as we work going to the budget process, which we just started the budget process, was a perfect time for him to come in. So welcome, Fernando, and thank you for being with us. I also, as the mayor mentioned, I would like to recognize Solange Perez for acting CFO for a year. She did a great job holding down the fort, and a lot of challenges ahead of her, and she really did a great job. So just want to recognize her, and her and Fernando are already working great together to make sure that the city is financially accountable and looking for some additional revenue coming into our city. The second thing I want to talk about was the strategic plan. As Councilwoman Digna Cabral mentioned, we did have our session April 6th and 7th. We had a little recap on the next morning with directors. On the 6th, though, we all got together, discussed our goals, our values as a city, how we're going to continue growing, what the next 5-10 years look like. We all know we have over 90 residents, I think, living here right now. That's a lot. We're not a little city anymore. We're a big city, and it's great to be back and see how the city has grown. We make 20 years. So as a 20-year-old, we all remember what it was like to be 20. That's what the city's going through right now. 20 years old, trying to figure out who we are. And I think we're figuring that out and going into the next level. Next year, we'll be able to drink. Yes, that's exciting. So celebrating our 20-year anniversary, those events are coming up too. Please look at our website, our social media as well. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook for all those events and exciting activities to celebrate 20 years of incorporation. With that said, speaking of incorporation, the deputy city manager, myself, and the mayor attended Morgan Levy's celebration of life this past Saturday at Morgan Levy Park. It was a very nice celebration of life. He was 99 years old and still fully, anybody had a conversation with him in the last few months, he was still fully all there. I remember Morgan Levy, when we named the park, me and Morgan Levy spoke a lot about the landscaping. He was an environmentalist. He was big about the environment. He had a thing with perennial peanuts. So now we've planted perennial peanuts at Trails and Tales Park and other parks, and he's right. Perennial peanuts are probably one of the best plants to plant. We don't have to cut it, water it. It's water retention. It's native to South Florida. So that was a good suggestion he made, and I'm glad I listened to him. So he had a lot of quotes: work hard, never give up, children are our future. Those are all things we gathered from the celebration of life. His family was very, very thankful and grateful to the city and what we did. We learned that he had a camp in Pennsylvania where he had two camps, a girls' camp and a boys' camp. And I thought that was great because that's why, the park was named after him, and he had a thing with children are the future. And even though parks are for everyone, children are one of our biggest users out there. So I appreciated that even more. There was a tree planted for him in his name. It was a live oak. It was planted closer to the volleyball courts. So hopefully that'll bring shade and it'll grow even beautiful like he was. There was also a video, which I thought was very interesting, from the county, 1994, about the incinerator. And I actually videotaped it because I thought it was interesting, where he's speaking at public comments to a county commissioner about the incinerator. And here we are today dealing with the same issue. So it's funny how life repeats itself. So I just wanted to contribute to Morgan Levy. He was a founding father of incorporation of the city, and thanking him for what he did for us. And lastly, there's two more. Extravaganza, you guys mentioned it. I want to congratulate the Parks Department, along with helping Morgan Levy's family with the event, and Extravaganza was a huge success. I'm gonna guess there was like 6,000 or 7,000 people out there. It was a lot of people, a lot of the community. You can see how much these events mean to people, coming out, seeing your neighbors, enjoying the rides, and it was hot, and people were still out there, just great. And they were parked past the turnpike, like a good half mile past the turnpike. They were parked out there. So whatever it takes to go get eggs or potatoes, Maria. I also want to recognize our chief there he is. Our chief for the active shooter training that we had at City Place. Great job. A lot of agencies came together. Miami-Dade County, Virginia Gardens, Medley, the school board was out there, the city, and just working together. And God forbid that ever happens in our city, that we are prepared, and they were really well trained. And it was a scary place to be. We were all there. We noticed it and we saw it. So just want to recognize your leadership and your team for putting that together. And we're going to continue doing that, by the way, in other facilities to make sure that they're ready. And last but not least, the Covanta update. We do have about 2,827 signatures right now from the petition, and counting. So I think they've done a really good job advertising that and promoting that. As far as a lobbyist, we do need, there's gonna be a budget amendment coming in regardless, so before I can put on a lobbyist, we're working on making sure there's a budget amendment to make sure we have the funding. Moving money around, not adding money to the budget, just moving it around. And then the last one is a consultant. We're still working on a final consultant, and hopefully I have that for you in May. That's it.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Our city attorney's report, sorry.
I do not have a report, Mayor and Council, but again, thank you again.
Thank you. City Clerk, your report's attached.
My report's attached. Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Okay, that concludes our morning agenda. I will take a motion to
Motion to adjourn.
actually to recess. Yes.
Recess.
Motion to recess by Councilman Puig, second by Vice Mayor Pinedo. All in favor say aye. Aye. We'll see you back at 6 o'clock. Thank you. We're going to call this meeting to order. Today is April 12th, 2023. This is the evening session. It is now 6:18. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Mayor Pinedo. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will now take up the agenda order of business. If there's any additions, deletions, we know what the order is from this morning.
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Madam Clerk. We will move now to public comments. I will open up the public comment section of this meeting. Please use the allotted 3 minutes to come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and please address this council in a respectful manner. I will call up first those who are in the have filled out these cards for the public comment section. If you didn't fill out one of these cards, you'll have an opportunity to speak after this, and you can speak to anything on the agenda or not. We're going to start with Luimar Garza. Try again, Luimar. Try again.
Is it on?
There you go.
Louis Marsbetti Garza, homeless. Are we able to make on the first reading a comment on that one and then the other ones on first reading individually? Or we have to comment on all?
So there is public hearing on each public hearing item, Luimar. So if you want to hold your comments for the public hearing item, you can do so.
Okay, but I also do want to discuss the 20A, which is the elected officials, but you're going to have a special session for that?
Now would be the time to do that.
Okay. I would like to know if, because most of us know that Janet Yellen, our, I believe, Federal Reserve Secretary, she has stated that past June, the United States will be bankrupt. There will be no money circulating. So I would like to know through our new CFO or the current one, or the ones that's interim, will the city of Doral be transferring into the FedNow program, where it is the central bank digital coin, where they can control everything you do? They can turn you off in a heartbeat, and that's owned by the Federal Reserve, which we all know is a private entity. And or will we be going with a gold-backed U.S. Treasury note through the QFS, the quantum financial system? Because if you take the former, you're purposefully bankrupting the city of Doral. If you take the latter, then you are acting responsibly accordingly. Continue on first reading?
If you have comments for a first reading item, then
Yes.
hold your comments for the public comment items.
Okay, then I will leave it for just that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Richard Glutstack.
Good evening, Richard Gluckstead, 4768 Northwest 114th Avenue. I have a question for everybody. What do you call a man from Doral with a rubber toe? What do you call a man from Doral with a rubber toe? Does anybody know? No, Roberto. 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 Okay, that's a man with a rubber toe. You call him Roberto. All right, now I got that out of the way. That's one of the funniest jokes I ever heard. But I thought I'd pull it. Once you think about it, and you can change it around to almost any, like, what do you call a priest with a rubber toe? What do you call a politician with a, and you can just, and it's always, the answer is Roberto. All right. First, I'd like to talk about the Covanta fire thing. Now, I worked on getting an ordinance passed. It's from the year 2015. It's 2015-19. I worked on it with Adam Temple, Dulce Pantaleon, and me. This was before I was even on one of the boards. And Luigi, helped me. He was very cooperative, and we got this thing passed. And it's under Article 7, odors, Chapter 26, miscellaneous offenses. It's never been enforced since it was signed into law on May 15th, 2015. And one person's here that actually signed off. Fraga, Boria, Ruiz, Cabrera, and Rodriguez. Those are the people. It was unanimous. They thought it was a great idea, but it's never been enforced. And on the back here, I have little details on, if you look carefully, it's broken into different sections. 180, 181, 184, and 186. 180 is on prohibitions. This is what people can't do to make odors. It's very good. 181 has two things. Complaint tracking. We're supposed to be tracking the complaints with odor monitors and have odor testing and odor determination to find out where it's coming from. Because why? We can put a lien on people's property if they continue to do that. And we can actually foreclose on businesses and people too. Did you know that? That's pretty good law. And at the end here, I got them to even put fines in there. They were really scared to do that. Oh, you can't fine them, I said, whoa, you have to fine them. I said, our air isn't any worse, isn't any less important than anybody else's air. So why can't we fine these people? So they had these fines starting at $500 for first time and $1,500 maximum. I wanted it higher, but we have a lot of wimps in Doral. All right, can I have another 30 seconds on this?
30 seconds.
All right, I told the joke. All right, another thing is about Mia's Law. I talked to Maureen about this, and this is a very important law that I really investigated carefully for my condominium. It closes the loopholes for condos. That's what we need to do, because condos don't come under the law right now. Even though I live in a big condo, and at least 80 are rented out, we can't, Mia's Law doesn't apply here. So I think we should require associations to get a license, a state license, to rent out units. That's happening all over this county, and none of them have a license. So that's why they can't enforce the law. They don't have a license to begin with. But we need to talk to our state representatives and senators. They must act to strengthen the state statutes on enforcement of Mia's Law, or that girl Mia would have died in vain. I think if you're interested in this, Google Mia's Law and you'll see why we have this law in the first place.
Thank you, Mr. Krutzdach. We will now call up Selma Garcia.
Good afternoon, Selma Garcia, 6306 Northwest 105th Place, Doral. My points are essentially regarding to Covanta and what we have done with the waste management in our city. I was able to watch the video that our mayor gave during this month, and it's Autism Awareness Month. And I want to let you all know that relationship that there is between autism and mercury associated with emissions like the ones that we have been having for years here in Doral. So it would be really interesting to know how many patients with autism we have in here, and maybe we can establish a relationship between the impact of these emissions with the occurrence of this condition. Another aspect that I want to remark is we would like to know about the status of the agreement at the Miami-Dade County Board of Commissioners regarding to the new location for Covanta. We have had more than 30 days from that, and the deadline is June 6th. So we really would like to know what we have done about it, because certainly we need to ratify the conviction that they had when they rescinded the decision that they took in last year. So we need to make sure that in this new analysis, Doral is not gonna pop up. And the last topic has to do with things that we can do meanwhile. As a, let's say, a good neighbor, we can help the county in the management for waste, essentially. There are policies that the city can adopt regarding to incentivize or disincentivize practices in terms of waste management for the residents of the city. So in that way, we can reduce significantly the amount of waste that we produce as a city, and we can extrapolate that experience to other cities, and in that way, we can support our county in that issue. Those are essentially my points. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Is there any other public comments at this time? Please come forward to the podium, state your name and address for the record. If there's no public comments, we will now close public comments and we'll go into our discussion items. Madam Clerk, please read item A into.
Item 28, discussion, elected officials' retirement plan, summary of initial findings.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Council. This is the city attorney's item. Just by way of background, as everyone here is aware, back in February of 2021, 2 years ago, the City Council adopted Ordinance 2021-02, establishing a retirement plan for former, current, and future elected officials. The ordinance provides for lifetime pension, health, and insurance benefits for elected officials who have served 8 years or two full terms in office and attain the age of 60. So for those elected officials that qualify, they are entitled to a pension equal to 50% of the average of their last 3 years of compensation. And for those who serve 12 years or more, they're entitled to a pension equal to 100% of the average of the last 3 years of compensation, plus health and life and benefits. The ordinance also provides that the elected officials are not required to contribute into the plan and that the city would fund it. So just 2 months ago at the February 2023 council meeting, the direction of the city council authorized us to retain a law firm, and that was Lewis, Longman, and Walker, who specialize in pension benefits, to review the validity of that pension, elected official pension ordinance. To that end, Glenn Thomas from that firm has been working on it. He has reviewed the ordinance and the pertinent documents. He has prepared a report with a summary of his findings, which is attached to the agenda. And he is with us here today virtually to provide a summary of those findings and to answer the questions that the council may have. So I will turn it over now to Glenn.
Mr. Thomas, are you available?
All right. It's a little hard for me to hear, but can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you just fine, and thank you for joining us.
All right. Okay. The issues that we were asked to address initially are whether the actuarial impact analysis was performed before or concurrently with adoption of the ordinance as required by Florida law and the Florida Constitution. We were asked to determine whether the ordinance and actuarial impact statement were submitted to the state division of retirement between first and second reading as required by law, whether all or portions of the plan violated section 215.425 Florida statutes, which prohibits extra compensation to an officer after services have been rendered, whether the plan's requirement of a unanimous vote to amend the ordinance is constitutional or enforceable, whether the plan's been filing the statutorily required actuarial evaluation and other reports to the Division of Retirement, and whether certain provisions of the plan violate state or federal laws, regulations governing retirement plans for public entities. So the drafting and the adoption and the funding of the plan. And also, I made a public records request to the State of Florida Division of Retirement for any records that they had related to the plan. The documents I reviewed from the city include emails between city officials with respect to the plan, including between the city manager and city attorney's office, as well as between the other city officials and former city council members, and between city officials and the plan's actuary. I also reviewed initial drafts of the plan that went back and forth in emails, documents from the plan's actuary, such as the actuarial evaluation and other draft plan administrative documents. As far as the records request to the Division of Retirement, I didn't receive anything in response to my request to the division. According to the division, they had no record of the plan. And based on my review of the records and my legal research, I've been able to formulate responses to the questions that were presented. So I'll take those in order. The first was, again, whether an actuarial impact analysis was performed before or concurrently with the adoption of the ordinance, and if the ordinance enacting the plan was submitted to the Division of Retirement between first and second readings, along with that actuarial impact statement. And the answer to that is no. Nothing was submitted to the Division of Retirement at the time the plan was enacted. And I'll go over a little bit of the law, what the law requires in Florida. Article 10, Section 14 of the Florida Constitution states that any government unit that has a retirement plan is supported at all by public funds cannot provide an increase in benefits unless the government unit has made or concurrently makes provisions for the funding of the increase in benefits on a sound actuarial basis. And in order to implement this, the Florida legislature enacted Chapter 112, specifically Part 7 of Chapter 112 Florida statutes, which has to do with the actuarial soundness of retirement systems. And the purpose of that was to implement the constitutional provisions, and that's where our reporting and funding requirements come from. So, according to the legislature, their interpretation of Article 10, Section 14, is that it prohibits the use of any procedures, methodologies, or assumptions that transfers to future taxpayers any portion of retirement plan costs which may reasonably have been expected to be paid by current taxpayers. And that's the underlying theme of Chapter 112 and the funding requirements. And along those lines, Chapter 112, it includes several requirements whenever a plan is going to be adopted or whenever benefits are going to be increased by a government entity. And so it requires a city or any other public entity that's going to do any of those things to do some of these things. Prior to adoption, the city would have had to have an actuarial review of the plan to determine the cost of the benefits, and also to issue a statement of actuarial impact of the plan that would be consistent with that actuarial review. So an actuary would have had to review the plan and determine what the immediate cost of the plan is and what the future cost of the plan is going to be. And that statement by the actuary would have to certify that the plan and the funding of the plan complied with the Florida Constitution and Florida law. And then, prior to adoption, a copy of that actuarial impact statement, along with a copy of the ordinance, would have to be submitted to the Florida Division of Retirement. And again, all of this was required to occur before the plan is adopted. And none of that was followed. The Division of Retirement didn't receive any documents at all that indicating that an ordinance had been passed adopting a new plan. So the next question was whether the payment of benefits to former elected officials In other words, these were officials who were not in office when the plan was adopted. Whether the payment of benefits to those individuals violates Section 215.425 Florida statutes. Again, this is the provision of law that prohibits extra compensation to a public officer, agent, or employee after services have been rendered. So any form of compensation, in other words, something that was not part of the compensation of a public employee or an officer during that employee's or officer's employment, it can't later be paid to the employer officer after the services have been performed. And under Florida law, retirement benefits and employer contributions toward retirement benefits, both of those are considered to be a part of an employee's compensation. So if benefits are paid to somebody that were not part of their compensation at the time they left employment, in my opinion, that would violate Section 215.425, which is pretty much exactly what's happening here. Individuals who left office before the pension plan was adopted are now receiving benefits, and since that was not part of their compensation, to me that's a violation of 215.425. Along the same lines, there's the issue of whether, even absent Section 215.425, whether those benefits would be prohibited just because they're retroactive application of an ordinance. Under Florida law, when an ordinance is passed or a law is passed, it only applies to events that occur after passage of the law, after it's enacted. If the law or ordinance attaches new legal consequences to something that happened before it was enacted, that's considered a retroactive application of a law. And in Florida, unless the law or the ordinance specifically says in it that the language has to clearly say that it's intended to apply retroactively, unless it has that language somewhere in there, it doesn't apply retroactively. It only applies to people who were employed at the time the ordinance is passed. A recent Florida case illustrates this, and this is a case that had to do with firefighter cancer benefits, and the law was passed in 2019, and individuals who had cancer already prior to the enactment of the statute attempted to get benefits, and when they were denied, they sued, and it went to court, and the courts determined that the law, since it took effect on July 1st, 2019, it didn't apply to any cancer diagnoses before July 1st, 2019. And I think it's a similar situation here. Somebody already left office when there was no pension plan in place. So unless the plan clearly applies to people who had already left office, which again I'm not sure is lawful anyway, it would not apply to them. And in my opinion, the language of this plan is not clear enough and specific enough to permit retroactive application to everyone that's ever been an elected officer of the city. The next question is whether the requirement of unanimous vote to amend the ordinance is enforceable. And this is a provision in the plan that states that the plan can only be amended by a unanimous vote of the city council. Now, whether that's constitutional or not I don't think it is. I think the city has the authority to, as part of their home rule powers, to have a requirement that there's a unanimous vote. However, because it's not in the charter, the courts have said when there's some extra requirement placed on a vote that isn't part of Florida law or part of the city's charter, even though the city has the power technically to adopt such a requirement, it also has the repeal it. So even though there is a part of the ordinance that says it requires a unanimous vote to amend the plan, you can also repeal that even without a unanimous vote, because the city's charter doesn't require a unanimous vote. So it doesn't, in my opinion, that provision has no real legal effect, since the city has the authority to repeal it. The next question is whether the city has been filing the statutorily required actuarial evaluations and annual reports with the Division of Retirement on an ongoing basis. And the answer to that is no. None of the reports that are required to be filed have been filed. I haven't seen any annual statements or annual actuarial reports. I have seen an evaluation. In my opinion, after reviewing it, I'm not an actuary, but I can tell you that most of the requirements of Florida law, there's some very specific requirements under Florida law for an actuarial evaluation of a government plan. Not very many of them have been filed or have been followed. Some of the provisions, some of the portions of that actuarial evaluation would probably be satisfactory, but most of the requirements that specific to Florida law have not been followed. And I think part of that problem is that the actuarial firm selected by the city, while it's a competent actuarial firm generally, I mean, it's a reputable firm. In my opinion, I don't think they seem to be aware of any of the Florida law requirements. I think they're following federal requirements that would apply to, say, an ERISA plan, and that's the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974. But those ERISA requirements don't apply to government plans. They only apply to private sector plans. So while I think some of the requirements for reporting and for actuarial valuations and reports for ERISA plans was followed, none of those apply to this plan. What does apply is Chapter 112 Florida statutes, and that doesn't appear to have been followed. So, in short, in my opinion, the plan wasn't acted in accordance with Florida law or the Florida Constitution. And although I think an independent actuary that is familiar with Florida law would be required to review the actuarial reports and the funding provisions that we have to date, they don't seem to, in my opinion, comply with Florida law, in that they don't seem to have each component that Florida law requires. Whether it's adequate in its numbers, that is something only an actuary could determine. So I think the big question would be is, given that the plan wasn't enacted in accordance with Florida law, what are the next steps? And one of the other questions was just generally whether the plan itself satisfies legal requirements, both federal and state, as far as the components of the actual plan. And that's another thing. In my opinion, if this plan was to go forward, if it was to be maintained going forward, it would require a complete rewrite and restatement. It doesn't include any of the federal requirements. Even though ERISA plans, have to follow ERISA provisions, there are Internal Revenue Code provisions that have to be in a plan, and in this case, they're not in there. There's a brief statement in the plan document that suggests that the plan it's intended to incorporate by reference any legal requirements. The Internal Revenue Service has already said that that's not sufficient for most of the plans. just refer to them generally and say, yeah, there's some legal requirements and you'll have to go find them, so, wherever they exist. We have to have them in the plan. At the very least, you have to list what the statute is or the regulation is, so people can go look for it. In this case, there's none of that. It doesn't include any hint as to what laws apply and how they're implemented through this plan. It also doesn't. The plan doesn't define certain terms that really should be defined because they're not. They're not capable of. They don't have general meanings that the average person would understand what they mean, and yet other words that are generally understood are not only defined in the plan, they're sometimes defined improperly, such as, for instance, beneficiary is defined in the plan as somebody receiving benefits under the plan. Clearly, if you read the context of the plan that is there, a beneficiary is not somebody receiving benefits under the plan. It's the beneficiary of somebody who's receiving benefits under the plan. It's so there's things in there that are missing, and some things that are in the plan that are incorrect. There's no indication of how the plan is funded, other than to say by city contributions. While city contributions are certainly a large source of plan funding, they aren't the only source, and there's no indication of it. It does mention city contributions. It doesn't say how those contribution amounts are determined, which is definitely something that should be in the plan. So again, the plan document, it not only was not adopted in accordance with Florida law, it is missing a lot of components that are required by state and federal law. Now, having said all that, the big question is, what does that mean for the plan? What is the legal effect? And the first thing I want to point out, and I think it's important, is whenever you're dealing with retirement plans and retirement benefits, many of the state and federal laws that are in place were put in place for the first purpose is to protect employee retirement benefits. Obviously, there's Florida laws in place to make sure that benefits are funded properly, but there is a strong legislative intent in federal and state law to protect benefits. In other words, when somebody that has worked, a long time and contributed to a pension plan, the laws are designed to protect whatever rights that they've accrued over time. Even though that's not the situation we're dealing with here, this is a plan that's only 2 years old, and really, there's, it shouldn't apply to very many people at all. Those laws are still in place and they still apply to a pension plan. So the point there is we have to make sure whenever we're doing or taking any action that has the effect of stopping or curtailing retirement benefits, some laws are going to kick in that we have to be aware of. And I'm just saying you have to be cautious when you're doing that. As an example, the federal law requires if a plan is just flat out terminated, you're just going to terminate a plan, that as soon as you terminate it, at the time of termination, all current employees are 100% vested in their benefits, regardless of how much credit service they have, and all current people receiving benefits would continue to receive benefits. So that would have the opposite effect of what you would be intending. What you would probably want is something that would be repealed from the ordinance to make it void from from the day of its enactment as if it never existed. And that takes a little more effort because, you know, that's something that requires some findings and, you know, even though the plan's now adopted in accordance with Florida law, or administered or funded in accordance with Florida law, the plan, until something happens, either action by the city or by courts, it will continue to operate as a retirement plan. Nothing anyone decides, including the Division of Retirement, or even or my opinion, or you know, the opinion of anybody, nothing except action by the city or the courts would have the effect of repealing the plan. So it will continue to exist. And when it is repealed, like I said, it has to be done in a cautious and deliberative fashion, if that's what's going to happen. If it isn't going to be repealed, like I said, it would require a lot of work to bring it up to date legally as far as reporting to the Division of Retirement, and the plan would also need to be reviewed and rewritten and restated to comply with federal law, the Internal Revenue Code, and some provisions of Florida law that should be in the plan. One of the things I point out, any action that is going to be taken, let's say, to the effect would be to discontinue retirement benefits, you can almost be certain that that action will result in litigation. So if ultimately the city decides that it's in its best interest and the best interest of the city to repeal the ordinance entirely and you know, void the plan from its inception, one potential option would be to file a declaratory judgment action. And the reason I say that is if it's going to be something where there's litigation, the city could, they could seek the litigation. And in this case, you would be asking declaratory relief, which you would tell the court that you're in doubt as to your legal rights under the circumstances, and you're asking the court for an opinion. In this case, you'd be asking the court for a declaration that the plan was adopted unconstitutionally and it's not funded in accordance with Florida law, and is therefore void, and the legal term is ab initio, which means void from its inception, as though it was never in effect, as though it never existed. So we'd be asking the court to declare the ordinance invalid. And now, Florida courts do have a principle that they do apply when an ordinance is ruled unconstitutional, that it is void ab initio. They have to rule that. It's not something you can infer from their ruling. One of the problems instantly that I see from that is that sort of ruling that it's void ab initio is something that is never final until all appeals have been exhausted, which, as you can imagine, can take a long time. At this point, I'll stop right here if there's any questions. If not, I can continue with just a few more things I wanted to point out about the law.
Mr. Thomas, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I think we're gonna open up to a little bit of discussion and questions, and then if there is an additional closing that you have based on that, but I think there's a lot that's been said and questions that will probably be had. So if we can ask the questions at this time and then take it from there and have a discussion about the findings and your report.
Okay.
So we'll take questions from either side now, or if there's any questions? No? Yeah? You wanna go
I
first?
have a quick question, Mayor.
Yes, okay, Councilwoman Porras.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for this very thorough research and analysis. And just so that I can keep up with everything that you're saying, I wanted to clarify something that you mentioned. And it may have been just me that I didn't hear correctly, but can you clarify the part about the option of terminating the program versus repealing the ordinance? And, you know, whether, and again, I'm not sure if I heard it correctly, terminating would automatically cause employees to become vested, if that was my understanding, versus repealing, which would preclude future employees from taking part in this program, essentially.
Okay, yeah, and the reason I use termination is and that could be the intent when you say to terminate the plan. It can be used interchangeably sometimes with repeal or void, but it has a specific meaning under federal law. And this was something I was pointing out that is an example of what would happen if, let's say, there was no guidance, and the city decided to simply pass an ordinance saying that the plan was terminated. That's not something I would ever recommend. It's not something that should happen. It's an example of why I think we need to be cautious when we move forward, just to make sure that everything is done deliberatively, where we don't make a decision without fully understanding all the possible repercussions. That was more of an example, and it is based on a very technical definition of the term termination that has a connotation under federal law. We wouldn't use that language in whatever action we took, unless we knew that what the results would be based on that action. And I think that was just my way of illustrating why it's necessary when we're dealing with pensions plans. Why it's very necessary to act very cautiously and go, and consider every possible outcome when you do decide on a course of action.
Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple questions if there's, okay. Okay, so first I want to clarify, because we're using the term employees, but there's no employees on this plan. It's only for elected officials. However, and Mr. Thomas, you can confirm this, the terminology employee is being used for the purposes of we are considered employees of the city or officials of the city while we are in office.
Right. I mean, when I was using officer or employee, I was quoting statutory language.
Right.
And that's why the statutes include both. But yes, there are no like general employees or any type. The provision I was citing, even though it applies to anyone who was an officer employee of the city, in your circumstances, it would only apply to elected officials.
Correct. So this plan only covers elected officials. There is no employees that this would affect. So I have just a couple of questions. First, taking it point by point, and per Florida statute, there's two parts of this administratively that legally were not filed. Which was, one is the actuaries and the submittal to the state's retirement overview, or I guess administration, right? Funding administration, that did not receive any actuaries or basically notification of this fund being created and this law locally being created to compensate elected officials through a retirement plan that would be ongoing.
That I think I understood what you said. I think that is correct. That nothing from the first documents actually required the plan document and the impact statement were required to be filed before adoption. And yes, since adoption, there's additional reporting requirements, an actuarial evaluation and an annual actuarial report that has to be filed to the Division of Retirement. There is also a requirement that an investment policy could be adopted and filed with the Division of Retirement, and that while I have seen a draft of an investment policy, it doesn't comply with Florida statutes, and it was not filed.
Okay, so I have a question that I'm not sure who can answer because really the only people that were involved in this process was the city attorney at the time, and I would assume the city manager at the time. I'm not sure if anybody in finance could respond, but there was an ordinance put in place that obviously required, besides the fact that the ordinance was obviously not drafted under Florida law, right, to comply with Florida law as has been stated by this report, and from what I am hearing here today is that the actual ordinance in what it was intended to do would have to be completely redrafted if we wanted this to stay in place. Correct, Mr. Thomas?
I'm sorry. That was a little garbled. I didn't hear the actual question.
So the actual ordinance, the way it was drafted and approved, from what I'm understanding from your report and from your presentation today, if we wanted it to stay in place, would technically need to be completely redrafted because you feel that it's not clear enough and does not really meet Florida statute.
Yes, the plan would have to be restated. It would have to be reviewed, and it's giving an opinion based on page numbers is usually not, that's not a legal theory, but to give you an idea, this plan I think is 8 pages. Typically, a pension plan would be between, it could be anywhere between 40 and 70 pages. There's a lot that goes into a pension plan, and this one does not have most of the provisions that I would expect in a pension plan.
So my question is, and again, I know it's difficult for someone up here to answer. Maybe, you guys were the only ones up here, sorry to say, but the only 2 members of the council that were up here, is whose responsibility was it to comply? Whose responsibility was it to make sure that the city was in compliance? If there was a pension plan that was intended to be in place and elected officials formally and moving forward were to be compensated based on this plan, well, whose responsibility was it to make sure that the city was in compliance under Florida statute and, with the requirements that are legally sufficient? Obviously, that was not done. So I'm not putting you all in a predicament to answer a question that you were not responsible for because you weren't here, but this is extremely concerning to me. And I think that this report is pretty comprehensive in understanding that there are several flaws in how this was put together, in how this was overseen. Clearly, our city attorney was not a pension expert and retained outside counsel for many other things, but clearly didn't feel he needed to retain outside counsel for something so important that would cost the city so much money. I do have an understanding that an actuary was created, and I asked for a copy of that. However, it seems like that actuary was not created under the Florida statute and the requirements that is clearly spelled out in the Florida statute. So not that it was particularly wrong, just wasn't in compliance with what Florida statute requires so that this could be enacted in the proper way so that it's transparent, fiscally responsible, and something that the city could enact on. So that being said, there's another part that seriously concerns me, which is the part where we say that this is retroactive. I don't think there's ever, and I think you made this very clear, Mr. Thomas, is that there's ever a law that can be implemented that's retroactive. Mr. Thomas?
Yeah, I have not seen any occasion that was intended. However, it appears that it was implemented that way from the get-go.
So my question is, there has now been several hundreds of thousands of dollars paid in retroactive payments, including compensation, life insurance, and health insurance, and clearly not under the law, clearly not complying with the law. So what implication does that create for the city at this point, that we are making payments today still to several former elected officials, and we're not in compliance? So what would be my initial thought is completely suspend immediately until either we're in compliance or we make a decision to repeal this. So I'd like to hear what the recommendation is, and I heard what you were saying, but I would like to understand there's an ordinance, so I'm having a hard time reconciling this part legally, and I'm not an attorney. So legally, I'm having a hard time reconciling that we are not in compliance. So basically, we're just giving out gifts right now. We're giving out presents to former elected officials. So I'm having a really hard time reconciling that we are making these payments on a monthly basis. We're not in compliance with Florida law. I agree with you, we should ask for which is pretty rare, that you would go to the state and say, hey, tell me I'm out of compliance. But that we ask for a recommendation or an opinion from the state. But in the meantime, we're not in compliance. We're making these payments. So how do I reconcile continuing to pay this pension to former elected officials while the actual ordinance is not in compliance? But you're telling me I could end up with a litigation if we terminate, or I'm not going to use the word terminate, or if we suspend current payments. I don't know if I made myself clear.
I can, and there is one potential option that under federal law, if and this is federal law that is under the Internal Revenue Code, and it applies to this plan, even though it's a government plan. So, a lot of the Internal Revenue Code applies to your plan because your contributions to it are not taxable. They're not taxed. So IRS provisions do apply to it. If and just generally, if you determine at some point that your plan is paying benefits to somebody or in an amount that they're not entitled to, then your plan has an obligation to correct that. That what they call it in the IRS terms is a plan failure. Your plan is paying benefits not in accordance with the plan document. And under IRS rules, you would be required to correct that plan failure. In this case, going into correction of plan failures is a topic we could probably talk about all night on that topic alone. But there have been changes under what some recent federal legislation, Secure 2.0 Act, that allow you to, they're a little more, I won't say lenient, but they allow a little more leeway on how you correct those plan actions. But one of the first plan actions you can do actions to correct is to stop the payments that are incorrect. And that is not a Florida law requirement. That's under federal law. Like I said before, people, whenever you stop somebody's benefits, they're going to sue. However, I think an argument could be made in this case that the retirement committee, which would be they're apparently the administrator of the plan, and would be responsible for discontinuing any benefits. They would have an argument that that's in their part of their fiduciary duty to correct that plan failure, to stop payments to somebody that are not provided for under the plan.
So, and forgive me for if we can condense that response a little bit just so that I can follow along. So you're saying that what would be the recommendation? Let me ask that. What would be your recommendation from the legal standpoint? In my opinion, and what I would like to see is that we suspend payments until we get a response from the state moving forward with your letter to then decide whether we repeal this completely. Can you elaborate on your recommendation in a condensed version? Would that be something that you're comfortable making a recommendation on?
My recommendation would probably be more that the incorrect benefits that I see, the benefits that are paid incorrectly are the ones being paid retroactive. In other words, to individuals that were not employed or receiving, that were not in elected office at the time the plan was adopted.
Got it.
I don't think the plan permits benefits to those individuals, and I don't think Florida law permits pension benefits to those individuals. So I would limit it to those individuals. I think it's a tougher question when you're talking about somebody who retired while the plan was in place. Now, ultimately, the plan may be determined unconstitutional, but that hasn't happened yet. And so I'd be hesitant to recommend that action.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much for clarifying that. And then the final point, which is the point that the ordinance states that you need a unanimous vote to be able to amend it or repeal it or change it. Obviously, you've made very clear is unconstitutional, maybe, or borderline, but definitely not required, would not be enforceable, basically, is the word I would like to use. It's not enforceable for a unanimous vote to make a change.
In an abundance of caution, it might be wise to simply, as part of any ordinance, if you were going to amend the plan, to repeal that provision as part of that ordinance, of whatever action you take. But yeah, I think that, just like you have the ability as a city to implement that provision, you have the same ability to repeal it.
Perfect. That pretty much concludes my questions. Yeah, I'll go ahead, Councilman, and then I'll have a couple comments.
So if I understand Mr. Thomas. Yes.
So he can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So listening to your recommendations and reading your document, there are many things or flaws within the plan and also how it was done. So if that is the case, is there any institution within the state that can say that this retirement plan is invalid?
I would say that
Because we don't have to vote on it or not. It's just, if it's not done right and it doesn't comply with all the requirements of the state of Florida, it's an invalid plan. So who can tell us whether this is valid or not?
I would say just the courts. The state may tell you that it was not done in accordance with Florida law and tell you which provisions to correct. but they wouldn't invalidate it.
Right. So to clarify, Councilman, if I may,
Yeah.
the recommendation that is in the report that was provided, the 7-page findings, basically says that he's ready to move forward with a letter to the state asking them if we're in compliance. He's pretty sure that they're going to respond saying you're not in compliance. Now, the state is not going to opine on whether there should be a pension plan or not. They only set the guideline for how a pension plan is set up. Correct, Mr. Thomas?
Yes, they're gonna at some point, since the plan has been adopted by ordinance, even if it's repealed in the future, I do think that the law requires the ordinance and whatever documents are close to the funding documents should be submitted to the state for review. The law requires that, and so just as a matter of law, I think that needs to be done. However, I wouldn't do that without specific direction from the city.
Mr. Thomas, let me ask you a quick question. You feel that, I guess because payments already have been made, we need to go ahead and file and come into compliance even though if we decide to repeal the plan?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So your recommendation is that we file with the state the actuarials and all the necessary documents to come into compliance because of the payments that have already been made, even though we may repeal the plan?
Correct. At a bare minimum, I think the plan itself, the plan document, the ordinance should be submitted to the state because it's just a very specific requirement in Chapter 112 that says you shall do this, and so it still has to be done.
Okay, and you're saying that we would need to come into compliance with the actuaries. So is that something staff could prepare, or we would have to hire a consultant that actually knew what they were doing? I'm sorry, that actually prepared reports for the state.
I think that's going to be necessary at some point. I don't know if that's necessary as far as submitting the documents to the state. I would be interested in the state opinion based on the documents that should have been submitted at the time of the enactment to determine the insufficiency of the enactment, as opposed to having an actuary come in at this late time. Because the actuary, if an actuary starts looking at it right now for purposes of submitting something to the state, it's going to be a plan to bring the plan into compliance, funding compliance, statutory compliance, reporting requirements. That may have to be done at some point. But right now, what I'm mostly interested in submitting the documents that that were in existence at the time the plan was enacted.
Okay.
To get just so the Division of Retirement has those documents. If at some later date we need, we want to, start getting a better idea of funding, which I think we will. I don't think that's necessary for this step, but it will be in the future.
Okay, Councilman, you want to wrap up your comments?
So going back to what I was saying and what you just said, if there is a regulatory entity, is there? I'm sure there is, at the state and an agency within the state, correct?
Yes.
Can you let us know what the name of that regulatory agency is?
Yes, that would be the Division of Retirement under Department of Management Services.
Okay.
State Division of Retirement.
Right. Okay. State Division of Retirement. So would it be wise to, instead of start complying with the missing documents or as per your report, to request an opinion of validity or not from that entity, whether they are capable of making it invalid or not, for us to make a sound decision before spending more money into this ordeal? to say, well,
Yeah,
to let us
correct.
know, because there's no,
That was actually part of what I was going to get into as far as when I, requesting authority or direction to submit it to the state. In my letter to the state and in my conversations with them, I would be asking for their opinion on it, as opposed to simply filing it with them to put in their file. I would be asking for their opinion.
Okay, so you've got your answer?
Yeah.
Okay. I think the manager had a quick question.
No, you were asking a question, but he clarified it well.
All right, so thank you, Mr. Thomas. Is there additional, okay, Vice Mayor Pinedo.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I don't have I don't have questions for Mr. Thomas. I just want to say thank you for the report. I do have comments.
Yes.
Can I go ahead?
Go ahead,
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, though. Is that better? Well, first of all, I just want to say, I know we have covered pretty much the technical legality part of the findings, which again, the bottom line that I can take out of this is simple. I mean, the plan was not adopted according to the Florida law, and if it was not adopted according to the Florida law, for me is unconstitutional. So I mean, I don't want to play politics about it, but I mean, it's simple as that. So I'm not here to blame it to anyone from the past, but we have to move forward, and I think we have to be responsible to the residents. According to the numbers that I have, if we keep this plan moving forward, it will cost the city in the next 10 years about $2.1 million. Not including healthcare cost or life insurance cost. So I don't think that is fair for the residents to be listening to this tonight. It is unfortunate that this happened. I'm against any elected officials plan at all. I think it's immoral to ask residents to pay for a salary for public servants, especially at the local level. I mean, it's not the first time that I say this, so that's why I keep saying it. And even if the rest of my colleagues take a different direction tonight and we have to wait, I'll keep saying the same thing. I mean, I feel that we should be ashamed that we have a budget for this item, and we don't have money to increase salary to the police officers. We don't have money to cover Silver Club programs. I mean, that's the reality that we're facing as a council, and we have to be responsible for that. So, again, I want to thank Mr. Thomas for the findings. I know that there was is the legal process that we have to follow, but there is a moral responsibility as well. And I think we just came out from a strategic planning last week. We spoke about values as a city. We spoke about honesty, transparency, and delivering excellence. And I think it's about time that we start delivering excellence to the residents. So if I can, I'll be certainly move the motion to declare and repeal the pensions and declare it unconstitutional for now. And if there is an elected official, former elected official that wants to challenge this, I will welcome that. And they will have to answer to the residents of the city, because at the end of the day, they're collecting money from the taxpayers. So I will leave it up to them if they want to challenge and do it that way.
If I may, I would like to second your motion, Vice Mayor. And I think we also need to do a motion to amend the provision that requires a unanimous vote to repeal it.
If I may, yeah, we actually need to prepare an actual ordinance,
Yeah.
because an ordinance, it requires 2 readings. It needs to be something formally that's drafted and adopted.
So, okay, so do you have any other comments, Councilwoman? Okay, so I'm absolutely gonna support you, Vice Mayor. I think that Great job. Very well said. Very well said. Absolutely. And I agree with you 100%. I've said it many, many times. I've been saying it for over a year. I've been saying it since it was originally passed. That this was, I mean, just, and I asked Mr. Thomas when I met with him, I said, have you ever seen this? And he told me in 40 years that I've been doing this, I've never seen something so egregious. So, and he's, I believe, still there and he can clarify, but he said, I've never seen something like this. So, that's why I really wanted to make sure we had the legal covering, to make sure that we found, everything we needed to come into compliance with. I agree 100%. I'm not in favor of spending any more money on this, and immediately suspending it and repealing it. However, there is a process. And so I will defer to the city attorney to give us that process now that we have the opinion on what we will need to do to immediately suspend and repeal the pension.
Are you there, Glenn?
I am.
Okay, so obviously there's two different aspects.
I don't
One-
think he can hear you. You need to.
Sorry, Glenn. So I guess it's a twofold question. One is the process by which they can suspend payments immediately, and then of course moving forward, adopting an ordinance repealing the original. So do you have any recommendations on that process?
Well, I can tell you, typically, and obviously this is not typical, but you would have a pension board administering the plan. You have a retirement committee in this case, and generally a pension board is in many aspects is a separate government entity that would be responsible for the administration of the pension benefits. So I kind of agree. I believe it was you that said it, and I kind of agree that the action to repeal the plan would require an ordinance. The action to suspend benefits would have to come from the plan itself. In other words, the administration of the plan. They would determine that the plan is not in compliance with law. It's not paying benefits in accordance with the state and federal law, and until they get the matter resolved, they were suspending benefits. That would be something for the retirement committee itself to determine. Since the city is not in this case acting as the plan administrator, the city is the plan sponsor. And so that action, I think, would be best. The action of suspending benefits pending a resolution, I think would be best to come from the retirement committee.
Madam City Manager?
Our understanding is there is a pension committee. The pension committee is made up of the CFO, the city attorney, and somebody that they did not nominate.
So the member that was never appointed.
That was never appointed. So should we set that back up so that we can then move forward on that way?
Mr. Thomas, did you hear that?
I didn't, but what I would recommend is the city could vote to make a recommendation to the pension committee or the retirement committee to take that action.
Okay.
That would be
a motion and a vote to do that now.
Yes.
His recommendation would be for the city council to make a vote to recommend to the retirement committee to suspend the plan and terminate. And then we would come back at a later date, once we have a recommendation from the committee, to then have an ordinance prepared to repeal it as well.
Here's the thing, that committee is said, it's appointed by, it's the CFO, the city attorney, and then the third person. It's not designated who would it be me that appoints that person? So then doesn't it take two reading? I mean, or I guess I would have to put on the agenda to appoint that person. Yeah, it's very unclear, which is the problem that we seem to have. So, okay, so we can work on that.
Give me 1 second. Let me just read the section on the committee.
I think, I read it too, and it's not clear.
Section 4-101.
Right.
Okay, so what we can do is I can put the appointment of that person in the zoning meeting. Okay, and then we
committee-
will take a vote now to recommend to the committee. The committee can immediately convene, and then we can move forward that way. Yeah, and then you could bring forward an ordinance as soon as possible.
In May.
In May, okay. So,
It would be a majority, even without the appointed person, it would be two votes.
well, that's true. That's true. You can do that then. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and just, Vice Mayor, would you amend your motion to make a recommendation to the pension committee to repeal the pension?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, are you amenable to?
Suspend benefits?
Sorry, 1 second, yes,
To make a recommendation to the pension committee to
to suspend.
suspend benefits.
Sorry, to suspend benefits.
Benefits pending a resolution of issues regarding the legality of the plan.
Madam Clerk, you got that? Okay.
Second.
No, forever.
Would you like for me to read the motion into the record, Madam Mayor?
Please do so.
Okay, so I have, and please correct me if I did not write it correctly. Motion to recommend to the pension committee to suspend payments and to direct the city attorney to bring back an ordinance to repeal ordinance number 2022-01, the pension ordinance, made by Vice Mayor Pinedo and seconded by Councilwoman Porras.
Yes, ma'am.
Vice Mayor Pinedo.
Yes.
Councilwoman Porras.
Yes.
Councilman Puig Corvée.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabral.
Yes.
Mayor Fraga.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. So we are still in session, please. Okay. Madam City Attorney, you have the marching orders, then you can go ahead and convene the committee because you have majority either way. Okay. All right, so. Mr. Thomas, thank you very much. I'm sure our city attorney will be in contact if she needs additional support in drafting the ordinance to repeal. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for your time
Thank you.
and your very comprehensive report. We appreciate it.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay. All right, let's continue the meeting, please.
We're now going back to item 6A, which was pulled from consent. I will read it into the record. Item 6A, a resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of Doral, Florida, repealing resolution number 19-244 related to memberships in and authorizing purchases from the interlocal purchasing system TIPS cooperative program not to exceed budgeted amounts, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date. This was pulled by Mayor Fraga.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If I could just have staff very quickly explain this item and the reasons why it is being repealed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm actually going to bring up our procurement manager, Donna Rockfeld, to go over this item. I don't think the microphone's on. IT?
IT podium mic.
Great, perfect. All right, good evening. The item before you is the repeal of the resolution for the TIPS, which is the interlocal purchasing system, which the city had joined this cooperative group several years ago. What it will do, it will bring forward to the council or to the city manager for her approval the certain spending thresholds.
No, this is the TIPS.
Right. So the TIPS, as it's written, allows for the expenditures, as long as it's budgeted, to be approved without council's approval and not through the city manager. So it would bring it back and allow us to use other cooperatives to see what is the most price advantage cooperative to use or to issue our own solicitation. So this removes the blanket authority in which to use it at any cost.
Right. Thank you, Donna. I appreciate it. This is why I pulled this item. I wanted this because I think it goes very much in line with the next item we'll hear. When items like this are brought forward, it really creates very little transparency, and that's why we're repealing it. It's because it really allows a blanket authority to the administration to approve checks and payments to vendors without coming to council with no threshold. It's based on budgeted funds, and this has been done since 2019. And so I felt that it was very fitting that it was in the same agenda, but because it was in consent, we wouldn't hear it. And I think it's important to understand that what we're trying to do is create efficiency with transparency. It's extremely important. We are the ultimate authority in making these decisions. And as much as we budget funds, it's important that things come back to us because it's how we know what's happening and how we understand and make decisions moving forward on executing contracts, which is our authority as a council. So I think it's important that this came back because as I reviewed financial reports since I came in, which are very comprehensive. Thank you, Finance. There is very comprehensive financial reports. I noticed, for example, one particular company, and there's many, but one that stood out, Security 101, had received over $280,000 in payments and never came to council. That concerns me. And so that's definitely one of the reasons I felt that this was appropriate in repealing this blanket authority and then looking at where we can continue to create efficiency in a city like ours that continues to grow. So I just wanted the clarification on that. And I think if there's no additional comments, I'll place a motion to approve.
Second. Second.
Oh, sorry, there's a second on that. Sorry, since I placed the motion, that means you have the gavel. There's a motion on the table and a second by Councilwoman Porras.
Motion to approve made by Mayor Fraga, seconded by Councilwoman Porras. Mayor Fraga?
Yes.
Councilwoman Porras?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pinedo?
Yes.
Councilman Puig-Corvée?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabral?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you for the explanation. We'll now move on to item 21B, which we're going to take up before item 21A, since it goes pretty similarly to this item.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we're going to jump to item B because it goes hand in hand with this item.
Item 21B, first reading, ordinance number 2023-10, purchasing code revisions, thresholds. An ordinance of the mayor and the city council of the city of Doral, Florida, amending section 2-318 of chapter 2, article 5 of the city of Doral Code of Ordinances titled Purchasing Limitations, Competitive Bidding, to increase the monetary thresholds for purchases requiring competitive bidding and to increase the monetary thresholds for purchases requiring city council approval, providing for the city manager to have authority to approve change orders subject to certain limitations, amending section 2-323 of chapter 2, article 5 of the city of Doral Code of Ordinances titled Exemptions from Competitive Bidding, to enumerate additional exemptions to the city's purchasing code, providing for a repealer, severability, incorporation into the code, and an effective date.
Madam City Attorney, this is your item.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Council. So the city's purchasing code governs purchases by goods and services by the city, and there's two kind of major limitations, and I want to make sure that we don't confuse them. One is spending authority, or what's called the city manager spending authority, and that's when currently under the code, the city manager can spend up to $15,000 without coming to council. Anything above $15,000 has to go to council. That's the spending authority portion of the purchasing code. The other portion aspect of the purchasing code has to do when things require competitive bidding. So under the current purchasing code, anything less than $5,000 can be purchased without getting any quotes. Anything between $5,000 and $15,000 requires 3 quotes, and anything above $15,000 requires formal competitive solicitations, which you guys have seen as either a request for proposal, invitation to bid, or an RFQ. That's the current state of the city's code. The city's code has, with respect to the purchasing procedures, has not been amended since the city's incorporation. So for 20 years, it has not been updated. So as you can see in the backup to the agenda, I included in the memorandum that many other jurisdictions of comparable size have spending authority that is much higher. So our recommendation is to increase the spending authority to $50,000, which is consistent with other jurisdictions of similar size. And also bumping up those thresholds for what requires quotes and competitive bids So that the new thresholds would be anything less than 10,000 does not require a quote. Anything between 10 and 50 would require 3 quotes, and anything above $50,000 would go to competitive solicitation. The amendments also provide for exceptions to competitive bidding, which our current code currently already has for government piggybacking government contracts, professional services, and this adds additional ones, which is again consistent with state statutes and general practice. Donna Rockfeld, the city's procurement manager, is also here. She can speak to if you have any questions, what other jurisdictions do, as she's very familiar with this. And so that is the ordinance for your consideration.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. My apologies. I forgot to open public comments in the public hearing, so I'm going to do so very quickly. This is the first public hearing item, and then we will take up council comments. Opening up the public hearing portion, and we're going to hear from Mr. Pierre Christ.
I'll fill my card for that one. Pierre Christ, 10254 Northwest 52nd Lane, Doral, Florida 23178. I don't have a joke, but I have a big appreciation for what just passed. I know it's off subject, and hopefully something was paid. We need to ask for that money to come back to the residents on the pension, if that was the case. But on this one, just one request. Sometimes there's cumulative small orders, so you need to also maybe consider putting a cap per year. For example, if the cap is 50 grand not to come to council, what about that vendor that's gonna submit 20 orders for 45 during a period of 1 year? So I ask you to consider to put also a cap per year. So if the vendor has surpassed that cap, even with smaller orders that went under the radar, to trigger some checkups. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pierre. Any other comments?
Louis Mars, Betty Garza. Mr. Thomas, I heard that statement. I would like to make clear to all of you with this pension committee that requires 3 people, CFO and the city attorney, and you don't have a third one. And he suggested that you might be able to get away with only 2. That is pre-assuming that they will agree. That is not transparent. That is predetermined. So I would strongly recommend that you get the third person to make it fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. Any other comments at this time? Okay, Mr. Glutzak.
Hello, how are you? Hey, Richard Gluckstead, 4768 Northwest 114th Avenue. Listen, what happened this morning upset me, but it's also related to what I'm going to talk about now with this ordinance. You blew about $1 million today on cost overruns on contracts that really you didn't have to pay it because they were firm contracts. But you did it anyway because these crooks gave you a litany of excuses, and you fell for it like a bunch of fools. I'm really very disappointed. But on this ordinance, this is the type of an ordinance that J.C. Bermudez used. He took $15,000 without any strings attached because that was the limit when he was the mayor, and he used it to run for commissioner. But of course, he never said on the commercials on Channel 4 that he was running for commissioner. He just said, "Hi, I'm J.C. Bermudez, the mayor of the city of Doral, and Doral is wonderful, blah, 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 blah." But he ran all the spots while he was running for county commissioner. Free. We paid for his frickin' commercials. Now, if this goes up to $50,000, Christy, you could do the same thing. There's a loophole. I sent this to the Ethics Commission, and they blew me off. They said, well, you know, as long as he doesn't mention that he's running for county commissioner, it's okay. Well, maybe it's legally okay, and it's a beautiful loophole that he found that he could use, but it's not ethical. It's not ethical, and it's not moral. And neither is this. I don't care how much Coral Gables has, how much Miami Beach Level has, or how much anybody else has. We don't need to raise this. You guys blew $1 million today on Bupkis, where you could have said no. And now you have the gall to come and say, let's raise our funny money here. Let's spend more money. I need $50,000 so I could run for the county commission in a couple of years. This is really going to help me. We have to say no to this. I don't care what the other cities do. My mother told me, if everybody's jumping off the bridge, you don't have to jump off the bridge too. And this is monkey see, monkey do politics. All the examples you give us, well, Coral Gables raised their rate and Miami Beach raised their rate. So let's get up to date. Let's get on the cutting edge and let's raise our money. Oh yeah, we need more money. You're always asking for more money. What about our taxes? You going to guarantee our taxes aren't going to go up tomorrow? At least Bermudez kept the taxes low. He was smart. He knew how to get reelected. He may have been a crook and just out for himself and a psychopath, in my opinion, but
Okay, Mr.
he kept the taxes low.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Glutstock. All right, any other comments on this item? No more public comments on item 21B? Okay, public comments is now closed, and we'll take up discussion on this item.
Madam
Yes.
Manager? Or Mayor, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
that's okay, you're good.
Well,
Thank you, Councilwoman.
thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
So I want to thank the city manager and the city attorney for bringing this item. I really do think that we do need to raise that threshold to really have an efficient administration in our government. I think, as it was mentioned, it hasn't been raised since it was created 20 years ago. And, you know, the cost of things have substantially gone up. I also am concerned about making sure that we do have transparency and that we are being fiscally responsible. And so, you know, I think to really reconcile that, I would like to propose to reduce the proposed competitive solicitation threshold from 50 to 30. I think that would really encourage you know, local participation. I think it's going to also encourage the city to engage local vendors, and I would love to see more of that. So I think, you know, what I would propose is something that really reconciles both the need for efficiency, but also the need for accountability and fiscal responsibility. I would also add that we receive monthly reports on expenditures, and you know, we can discuss what threshold for that too, because it's my understanding that, you know, expenditures can range from cents to thousands of dollars, and you know, it's something that obviously I don't mind having a discussion on, but that's what I would say, for me at least, would work in terms of making sure that we are raising this threshold, because I think it is necessary. But also making sure that we are keeping that competitive bidding in there too.
If I may?
Yep.
Yes,
I also
Councilwoman.
agree. That was a comment that I was going to make, that I think that just double, I mean, instead of increasing around 300%, we would bring it all the way to 50,000. So I also agree with that. And on the monthly reports as well, I mean, I do a public record request every month just to look and to see all the invoices, but I also agree that we should also get a report on that.
Yes, Councilman. Yes.
I ditto what both my colleagues are saying. I was going to suggest the same amount and the same thing. I think we do have to do it because we've grown, and we have to do it because everything is more expensive, and in order to make more efficiency in our process, which also saves money. But 30,000, I think it's the number. I think I even mentioned it to the city manager in our review of the agenda at the moment we did. So that's it. That's my comment.
I just have a quick comment or question to the city manager and legal. I agree with what everybody has mentioned from my colleagues, but let me ask you, can you also limit what is the use of that, in the sense of, for example, what Mr. Richard just mentioned? Can that be limited to not to anything related with elected officials at all, or
That
like
would be a
for
separate
publicity or?
Be a separate ordinance.
Yeah, I think that it's more kind of an ethics
Right.
conversation under a separate ordinance, and certainly we can address that separately. But I do want to seek clarification from Councilwoman Porras, because the language used was very specific. With respect to obviously the proposal was 50,000. You've indicated that for the competitive bidding threshold to reduce it to 30, not 50. But what about with respect to the city manager's authority? Are you comfortable with the 50?
So could you explain the difference between the two?
Sure. So the manager's spending authority is being proposed to be increased to $50,000. Anything above $50,000 would go to council, which is distinct from the competitive solicitation requirements, which currently, as proposed, would be anything between 10,000 and 50,000 would be 3 quotes, and anything above 50,000 would be competitive solicitation. As I understood your comments, you were saying that anything between 10,000 and 30,000 would be 3 quotes, and anything above 30,000 would have to be competitively solicited, but without changing the manager's authority at 50. That's what I'm seeking clarification,
Right,
or do you want it
yes.
30 both?
I think that's what I mean, that's what I would be comfortable with.
Yes. So I think the councilwoman makes a very valid point, and it's extremely. So I understand what you're saying, that you could increase the threshold but decrease the competitive bid. However, I believe what the councilwoman is more comfortable doing, from what I'm understanding, is limiting both to 30. In an effort to have an escalation that is not so drastic, even though we've had 20 years that it hasn't been adjusted. Councilwoman, is that what you are recommending?
So, right. So what would that look like in terms of the ordinance right now? If it was both 30, what would it say?
It would be essentially the motion would be to approve with the amendment that the manager's authority be capped at 30,000, and anything above 30,000 would go to council. And then with respect to the competitive solicitations, anything would maintain. Anything below 10,000, no quotes. Anything between 10 and 30 would be 3 quotes, and anything above 30,000 would have to comply with the competitive solicitation requirements of the code.
Right, that's correct.
So if I may, the maximum in all the categories will be 30,000.
Would be 30,000.
Yes,
Right.
that's what I meant. Yeah.
So there's 2 things I want to clarify. We do receive the reports on a monthly basis from finance. They're attached in the agenda every month. The exact report that the councilwoman that you public records request every month is reported. It's given to us every month with the agenda. It's the report that I reviewed, with understanding that we had to repeal the TIPS ordinance because it was allowing for this blanket amount of money to be spent on contracts that never came before us. So that's how I realized that there was this problem with transparency. Even though this ordinance hadn't come before council to be increased, they were doing it through the loophole of bringing forward the TIPS resolution. So that's why that needed to be repealed and this needed to be increased. In honesty, I think that it's important that there is efficiency. We right now have this morning we approved item 6M for Public Works, which was a work order for $26,000 for restriping of of street lanes that came to us because a resident was complaining that this streetscape had not been painted in a really long time and was very much worn out. Well, something that could have been responded to probably in 30 days, should the threshold have been higher, has probably taken now 90 days between, having to come before us and everything. So what it does is it really handicaps the administration's ability to be efficient in providing a service to the community because such small thresholds have to come before council. And I am all for council having the full authority to understand what's happening, to make sure that, there's not inefficient spending, that we have transparency. But at the same time, I think my more concern is that the community is getting a service. It's getting their service. So that's why I was comfortable with bringing this up. to an amount that all of us felt comfortable with, understanding that cities of our size with budgets of our size are up to 50,000. We've never increased this amount since the city's incorporation. And so I'm grateful to the city attorney and the city manager's office for doing the research and coming forward with a recommendation they felt was adequate to the size city that we are. But ultimately, we have the power to decide. And so thank you, Councilwoman, for speaking up on your where you felt comfortable on moving forward. And clearly all of us have that reservation of a huge, a huge increase, because it seems very high going from 15 to 50, but it's also understanding where we are as a city today. So I'm comfortable with the escalation that we're moving towards. We can continue to monitor that and could always revisit this in the next year or so on if we continue to see that it's something that, it's really holding the administration back from being able to act. With that being said, I think that we have the amended,
Motion to approve.
motion to approve by Vice Mayor Pinedo with the recommended amounts.
Correct.
Yes, all right. And I don't know if there's any other comments. It's seconded by Councilwoman Porras. Any comments from the manager's office or from the attorney's office? No? No more comments? Okay, please call the roll.
I have motion to approve ordinance 2023-10 on first reading, inclusive of amending the solicitation threshold from 50,000 down to 30,000, as well as the city manager's purchasing authority to be capped at 30,000. Made by Vice Mayor Pinedo, seconded by Councilwoman Porras. Vice Mayor Pinedo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Porras?
Yes.
Councilman Corvée?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabral?
Yes.
Mayor Fraga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, we will now go back to item 21A.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Item 21A, first reading, ordinance number 2023-09, repealing Dangerous Intersection Safety Act. An ordinance with the mayor and the city council of the city of Doral, Florida, repealing Chapter 44, Article 2, Dangerous Intersection Safety Act, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and open up public comments at this time for this item. And I have Mr. Pierre Christ.
Good evening again. For the record, Pierre Christ, 10254 Northwest 52nd Lane, proud to be Doral, Florida. I have read this ordinance and fully in support of it. However, for me, this is a very important point that I still have the image engraved on my mind, and that was shown to the city council about almost 20 years ago when the city council used to meet across the street. And it was a video played by Ricky Gomez about a very bad accident that happened on 36th Street and 82nd Avenue. And his narrative was, if we didn't have those cameras there, the poor grandma that was on that broken down Toyota would have lost the case against that Range Rover that has 20 attorneys on the room. So I understand about the red cameras, fine, remove it, but let's keep the equipment for the safety and transparency and support the people to have objective data that can be used in court when there is those litigation about who's at fault. The infrastructure was paid by the city, placed by the city, maybe the cameras are owned by the vendor. Cameras, I'm sure we have tons of them, they're not as expensive, but the value that will bring to the residents if they are in a fortunate case to being in an accident on an intersection will be proof for justice for them if they have to go to a litigation, and sometimes those things are bad because there are people that get injured. And not all the cameras that we see on our poles are under control of the city. And sometimes it's very difficult to make sure they continue to be working because they're managed, who knows? Sometimes they tell me it's a county, sometimes they tell me it's another work that's being done. So if the infrastructure is there, my request is let's take advantage. Yes, if you want to go away with that, removing the fines for like red camera, which is more an external business than anything else, but leave the cameras rolling, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christ.
Louis Marsbetti, if you're removing all these, how does this conflict with the smart city where you're trying to put a bunch of cameras? How are you conflicting yourselves with things that you're trying to remove I guess, the dangerous intersection? And since you're going with the smart city, how are you going back and forth? And in effect, to me, you're just wasting money. You're taking away and then you're gonna end up putting back. And especially since you're gonna have a smart city committee to put us under that 15-minute gulag limitations that we're at. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments on this item? We are on item 21A. No other comments? We'll close
If I may.
public comments at this time. Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
My comments, yeah.
Actually, Councilman, sorry, this is
Go ahead.
Vice Mayor Pinedo's item. Just realized, yes. Let's
It's fine.
give him the floor first. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I just want to clarify for the records that the contract that we have right now with the company ATS is actually set to expire on June 20th of this year. So I know that whatever action we take now, my recommendation is certainly to for my colleagues to reconsider the use of the red light cameras and remove the ordinance, as I believe they do more harm than good, and start considering other alternative to reduce accidents on intersections to improve the safety of our city. And let me clarify this by saying that by looking at the numbers from, and this is just a sample from 2 years, from 2018 through 2020, we only have, and let me go back for a second and say this, we only have red light cameras in 4 intersections in the entire city. On 41st Street, or 36th Street, 41st Street, on 79 Avenue, 87 Avenue, 97 Avenue, and 107 Avenue. We don't have any other red light cameras around the city. At these intersections, in only 2 years, we had about 600 car accidents in at those four intersections on 36th Street, 41st Street, Doral Boulevard. Same intersections on 58th Street and 25th Street, same time, 2 years, we had about 236 car accidents. So it's almost double the number of car accidents at these 4 intersections on Doral Boulevard, compared with the other 2 streets, 58 and 25th, on the same intersections. So my point is, I know that at some point the idea of this ordinance was to for drivers. The idea was to actually have and actually apply the law, obviously, for those that are violating the traffic laws. So, however, in my humble opinion, based on listening to some residents as well, until 2 weeks ago, for example, a Silver Club member actually brought me the fine, and because she forgot to pay, she had to pay almost $300. So if you look at the numbers that, and I respect the company ATS, I don't know them, I don't know who they are, they have, if you look at the revenues that they actually, or the payments that they have collected from the city or from whoever passed through those 4 intersections, is over $1.5 million since 2019. So I know the city has received some revenues as well out of this program, but I do believe that there are other ways that we can actually implement other programs. We can actually have certainly our police department to help in the process, because if the idea is for drivers not to violate the traffic laws, which in my humble opinion is getting worse and worse every time. I mean, I don't think that we're improving on that area. There are more people violating the traffic laws now than ever before, and not only at these 4 intersections, but citywide, including all stop signs around the city. So what are we going to do moving forward to make sure that if we really want to make a difference and a change in how people drive in Doral, I don't believe that having red light cameras only at 4 intersections will make a difference. It certainly hasn't made any difference in how people drive in Doral. So that's why I asked my colleagues to reconsider this ordinance. And at the same time, I take what Mr. Kreis mentioned. We do need, obviously, the cameras at those intersections for safety reasons. So those are my comments, and I certainly will be more than glad to clarify any of my statements.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilman Puig, you had a comment.
If I'm correct, if I understood you right, Councilman, you are still keeping this ordinance the way it is? Or
No, I'm
not?
asking to repeal it.
Repeat it. Okay. I support you on that.
Thank you.
I was not going to vote for it. I think safety, and forget the dollars, I think that safety is important, especially with a lot of influx of people moving into Doral from other countries that laws are not followed. I think the evaluation of the 600 comes into play. The way you think about it, maybe it's different from mine. Maybe if we didn't have the lights, it would be more than the number of accidents that we have. But anyway, I think that we need to keep those 4 lights. Those are the biggest intersections we have for safety.
I support repealing it too. Repealing the ordinance, and I believe that we have separate lights that are looking at traffic. Those are different cameras. Yeah, those are different cameras. So, you know, as far as the safety issue goes, we could still have those, and we still have those. I think this is just, as the Vice Mayor mentioned, a matter of, I don't think we're reducing enough accidents with this, and there have been a lot of complaints from residents about these lights. So I support too.
Thank you. I'll wait till the councilman comes back because I think there's a confusion. Yes, I think there's a confusion. Okay, so I think there's a confusion. We're gonna clarify right now. I was like, let me wait if I hear everything.
Anyway.
Okay, so there's a confusion. So what this ordinance is doing is repealing the ordinance for the red light cameras. The contract expires either way, I think in the next month, in June, it expires. But there's an ordinance that allows us to have them. So we have to repeal them so we don't renew the contract. However, there still is safety cameras in these intersections, and I think the chief can clarify if not. There are LPRs in these intersections. Yeah, license plate readers. However, they don't ticket, but there are cameras there for safety purposes. So they are monitoring the intersection. However, what it doesn't do is provide fines, okay? The issue that I think we've heard with the fines, and many of us heard this throughout our campaign when we were knocking on doors, it's the same issue that people have with the parking, with the parking garages. It's not the fact that they have to pay for the parking, it's the fact that they feel that there's no way to appeal this ticket, that there's no way to have an ability to defend themselves in the ticket amount. Now, doesn't mean that if a police officer is in that intersection and someone takes a red light, we're not going to ticket them. Absolutely, there will be enforcement, and that is extremely important to us. And to the Vice Mayor's point, we've had this system in place for several years, and yet we don't see the improvement that should be that it should affect. What we've seen is an increase in rear end accidents. So understanding that the purpose, and I will say this caveat, several cities have gone ahead and repealed the red light camera ordinances because they have found that it's actually not doing its purpose. There is new technology that is being studied that would create a different safety mechanism in relation to intersection safety, and I've shared some of that information with the Chief of Police for us to look at new mechanisms that will allow us to implement the additional safety guards that we could have. However, to clarify, this ordinance at this time does repeal the red light cameras, which are an undue burden in an enforceable way to residents. And I believe that is the intention of the Vice Mayor. So I just want to make those comments, and I don't know if anybody else has any comments. And
I
then,
just want to hear from the chief to his advice when it comes to this.
can you turn on your microphone, Councilwoman,
It's
please?
on. It's on.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
Can you speak into it a little bit more?
I just wanted to also hear from the advice from our chief regarding this item.
Okay. Through the manager, can we have the chief come up and provide his
Chief, do you mind coming up and providing your
insight?
feedback?
Good evening. Yeah, through the mayor. So, traffic is a concern that many cities experience, obviously, and our angle of attack is multifaceted. But what the mayor said was on point. The damage done in comparison to the benefits right now is still very, in the infancy stages because this program hasn't been around for 30 years. But it has led to additional accidents because residents may see or drivers may see the camera and all of a sudden brake. So we have dealt with some intricacies, and there hasn't been, as a matter of fact, traffic's gotten worse. So we're conducting a multitude of traffic studies. We've partnered with multi-agencies and with FDOT to create several initiatives. We did one last week specifically where we had over 10 agencies here in Doral specifically, targeting where we issued hundreds of citations in one day. And doing that education in combination with the enforcement has served more beneficial to the city than this traditional program. So we've conducted our studies, spoken to other police departments and other cities, and they have repealed this program. And we feel that moving forward with our redeployment of resources and enhancements of traffic units, we're going to have a better position in terms of traffic enforcement and alleviation in certain pockets. Obviously, the construction is at a high, so the red light cameras don't impact some of the things that plague us as a city. The red light cameras have no impact on. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that at the time that the cameras are going to be removed, that we will have a system in place. So at the meantime that it's removed, you will be able, and the department will be able to cap, anything that happens within that intersections as well.
Through the mayor, absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. Councilwoman, does that conclude your comments?
Sorry about that.
Okay, yes. Again, through what the chief just indicated, the mechanism is the LPRs. That is what they have in place.
Motion to approve?
Oh. No, hold- I just.
Yes, Vice Mayor,
Thank you.
you have the floor. There is a motion
Thank
to
you.
approve on the floor. But
Second, but before I say that, just a question, clarification. Do we have to, I believe we have to wait until we finish the contract in June, correct?
Correct. There's a contract and it does expire on June 20.
That's fine, just for clarifications.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Thank you. Second.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor and a second by Vice Mayor Pinedo. If there's no further comments, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2023-09 on first reading, made by Councilwoman Porras, seconded by Vice Mayor Pinedo. Councilwoman Porras?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pinedo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Puig Corbet?
No.
Councilwoman Cabral?
Yes.
Mayor Fraga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move to the second reading items. Item C.
Second reading, item C, ordinance number 2023-04, amending noise ordinance. An ordinance of the mayor and the city council of the city of Doral, Florida, amending section 26-128 titled Unreasonably Loud Noise Prohibited of the city's code of ordinances to include additional standards and clarifying language with respect to noise caused by horns, signaling devices, animals, and construction, adding steady mechanical noise as enumerated noise violation, eliminating the exception for use of loudspeaker devices in political campaigns, adding steady mechanical noise as an enumerated act that may be a violation of section 26-128, providing for conflicts in incorporation into the code, severability, and an effective date. This was approved on first reading on March 8th.
I'm going to open up the public comments portion of this item, and we will go ahead and call up Mr. Pierre Christ.
Once again, Pierre Christ, 10254 Northwest 52nd Lane, Doral, Florida 33178. I had approached Council Member Puig, expanding my explanation of my request that we take advantage that this ordinance is being reviewed originally for a different reason, but to include some protection for the residents in case a facility that's located in the city of Doral comes to the nuisance to residents of Doral, because we need to have protection as residents on it. I give you a very specific example. In the Doral Park area, we have a school, which is Miami-Dade. Legally, what can be done with schools and with Miami-Dade properties is very secluded. But if that school or that facility could be the election department or whatever, the fire department, happens to have a problem with their fans that is avoiding us to have a quality of life and being able to sleep and rest at night, and that doesn't get resolved for 4, 5, 6 years, which maybe some of you are aware of the story. We need to have, we're asking to be protected by our city as residents in general to approach that entity because the noise is coming on a burden to the residents. Same happened, by the way, with Covanta on the weekends where they're washing the platform or whatever that is. They were using an equipment that was clearly making an absurd amount of noise on Sunday night, every Sunday night. So my request is take advantage that this ordinance is open, yet I understand for no reason, to consider expanding the protection us residents can have by a problem of noise that's originated by a property in the city, well, within the city, but it's not in the city, that is affecting the general community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kreis.
Louis Marzabete Garza, you've added so much here in the exemption of eliminating the exemption for use of loudspeaker devices. I'm going to ask the city attorney which of these city council members is encouraging you to further restrict my inalienable rights to express my First Amendment rights. You are really going against our rights and really detailing that animals can't make noise, that we cannot use a megaphone. You have no right. And if you decide to pass this, this will come back and bite you amongst all the other lawsuits that you are going to be facing. Back off of restricting us from our First Amendment rights. Because you, a good portion of you, don't seem to understand what liberty means, whether you came from this country or another. Learn what the First Amendment rights protects. And what you've put on here is unconscionable. And I will use my megaphone during business hours that is required, because you've got the noise over here at the hospital making noise, you had them making noise, and you're going to tell me as a citizen that I cannot make noise? Back off of this particular one. You will feel the bite later on. Thank you. Yes, and I would like to clap, and I'd like to make clear, since you are allowing people to clap, you must allow people to boo. Thank you.
Any other public comments on item 221C?
In terms of liberty, my name is Pablo Carreño, and
Address for the record, please, Mr. Carreño.
10610 Northwest 27th Street. Just to clear up, the rights of everybody's liberty end where mine begin, so that's why the ordinance is required. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carreño. Any other comments at this time? There being none, we will close public comments on item 21C, and we will now hear from the city attorney, or Councilman Puig. No?
As you've indicated, this is here for second reading. There were no changes between first and second reading. If there's any specific questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Motion on the table by Councilman Cabral. Is there a second?
I can second, but I do have a question.
Second by Councilman Puig Corvey, and there's a question.
Regarding the questions or recommendations of Pierre Christ, we have your take on that is as city attorney. Do we have no jurisdiction over
the schools,
school systems, or the shooting range, or any of those facilities that are within the city, correct?
Well, there is a charter provision dealing with those facilities like Covanta. I'm not familiar with the shooting range, and I'm sorry, maybe because I'm new here, I don't know the whole history there. Is that a county facility?
It's
Okay.
a school. It's a school.
It's a training.
Oh, you're talking about the training. Yeah, these are the. So yes, that's here in this list.
Yeah, it's a county.
Okay.
So it's a,
Yeah,
yes.
if it's listed in the charter, then yes, we don't have any jurisdiction.
'cause
Thank you.
I believe the community has a school. It's a school issue. It's not the shooting. So just to give a background on this, because I dealt with it as school board member. Mr. Kreis lives close to a school who has had a big problem with an air conditioner unit that has not been replaced and is quite old, and it makes a very large sound. It sounds like an airplane taking off. And they've looked into changing it, and they're working on it. It's been back ordered for quite some time. The current school board member is working on it very closely. I left it being worked on and we've left it in, and we've been very responsive, and he's been very responsive, and they are working on getting it replaced. However, I believe Mr. Pierce concerns are, who do we turn to in cases like this when it's not taken care of? We have been taking care of it, or when I was in my former role, and our current school board member is very closely monitoring it, and we are hoping that they will get it replaced very soon. And so your concern is, how do we police this? From my understanding, so. Very quickly, Mr. Kreis, you know the public
I'm
hearing
very
is
clear
closed.
about, yeah, but to clarify to your
Yes.
point, it's not about, I'm very aware that we have jurisdiction on that, but coming to a nuisance to a resident, that's different. The noise is the one traveling. I don't care about the school, and I know we cannot do anything on the school, but the nuisance they're producing to the residents, that's where I'm seeking to get protection from the city, us as a residents being affected. Luckily, in this case, it has been, and it's being addressed. But who tells me that tomorrow we don't have the same situation?
I understand.
Thank you.
I understand completely, and so in addressing that concern particularly, and as the city attorney mentioned, in our charter, section 9.6, regulatory control, there are facilities that may produce noise nuisance, smell nuisance, as was pointed out by Mr. Glusak's ordinance that he asked to pass in 2015, which are listed in our charter, that we cannot regulate. Our ordinances will not regulate those situations. It's in our charter. And here's the list of those facilities. So I understand your concern, and while we can put mechanisms where if it's a business, there's something we could do. We could do code violations, fines, et cetera, when it comes to a facility that is operated by the county, we are restricted by our charter as to how much we can impose. Okay? You can't even change the charter. To change the charter in this section, you need 2/5 of the county commission. I'm sorry, 4/5 of the county commission.
Right, so it would have to be approved by the council, go to the electorate, and still require a supermajority vote of the Board of County Commissioners.
So they made it very, very clear that we would not be able to do that in our charter. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I'm glad we clarified that. So there's a motion and a second, and we can call the roll.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2023-04 on second reading made by Councilwoman Cabral, seconded by Councilman Puig Corvée. Councilwoman Cabral?
Yes.
Councilman Puig Corvée? Councilwoman Porras?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pinedo?
Yes.
Mayor Fraga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 21D.
Ordinance number 2023-05, Purchasing Code Revisions Cooperatives. An ordinance of the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Doral, Florida, amending Section 2-322 of Chapter 2, Article 5 of the City's Code of Ordinances titled Governmental Contracts to include additional cooperative procurements and purchases within governmental entities, alliance, and cooperatives, providing for early repealer, severability, incorporation into the code, and an effective date. This was approved on first reading on March 8th.
Opening up public comments on this item. I do not have any pre-filled out cards, so if there's any comments, please come up now. Thank you.
Louis Marzabetti Garza, homeless. When you read on here that it says entities, alliances, let me remind you of a document, random dated October 27th, 2021, by Luis Figueredo approving it. The subject, voluntary corporation agreement between the City of Doral and the United Nations Institute for Training and Research. And you basically gave them carte blanche to come into this building and do whatever they wanted at any time whatsoever. And I'll read it to you. The United Nations Institute for Training and Research is a dedicated training arm of the United Nations system. UNITAR provides training and capacity development activities to assist mainly developing countries with special attention. Why do we need them here in Doral? They are using the City of Doral as their particular office to do whatever they want. I can give you a copy of this, which is the main reason why I was banned for an entire year by a certain commissioner here, committee member. Anyway, UNITAR has offered to provide training programs in Doral and has requested the assistance from the city in the form of making the city training rooms available to UNITAR so that it can offer courses and training. Luis Figueredo, who was the city attorney at the time, denied the various FOIA requests for me to understand what was behind this. And what I'm having a problem with is you're increasing even more with these alliances and these entities to give them even more power. We know we're having problems with the United Nations. We know they are declared mortal enemies. And the City of Doral with Southcomb here, and with 15 world headquarters within our 15 square miles, with a lot of CEOs involved, with a lot of pressure, political and otherwise. seriously consider that you do not give them more power over our city of Doral. Thank you.
Any other comments on item 21D? We will close public comments at this time and hear from staff.
I can do this one, Mayor. Again, this is second reading. There were no changes between first and second reading. This adds an additional exemption to your purchasing code for cooperative purchasing. By a matter of practice, the city's been using co-ops. TIPS was an example of one of them. Sourcewell, you've seen these come before you before, so this just codifies the city's practice of utilizing co-ops for purposes of purchasing.
Is there a motion on the table?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilwoman Cabral,
Second.
second by Vice Mayor Pinedo. Please call the question.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2023-05 on second reading made by Councilwoman Cabral, seconded by Vice Mayor Pinedo. Councilwoman Cabral.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pinedo.
Yes.
Councilwoman Porras.
Yes.
Councilman Corvée.
Yes.
Mayor Fraga.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item, item E, ordinance number 2023-06, security screening revision, second reading, an ordinance of the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Doral, Florida, amending section 2-387 of chapter 2, article 7, division 1 of the city's code of ordinances, titled security screening and visiting City Hall, to remove the requirement in subsection 4, requiring visitors to sign in on the third floor in City Hall, providing for a repeal or severability incorporation into the code, and an effective date. This was approved on first reading on March 8th.
Vice Mayor Pinedo, this is your item.
Public.
Oh, sorry.
Public.
I open this item to public hearing. This is item 21E, and I have Mr. Pierre Christ.
Very quickly, I promise. But I want to maintain my request and recommendation that for safety reasons, liability, and asset protection, we still consider to put the entry and exit of visitors, except in case of emergencies, must be done through the main lobby. Thank you very much.
Any other comments at this time for this item?
Luis Marzabete Garza, homeless. Earlier today, you said that we had an active shooter event over there, practice or rehearsal at the City Place. And the way I look at it, across the country, it seems to happen whenever we have an active shooter rehearsal, we actually have people come in and shoot up the city. So I'm wondering if you're removing this screening option for people to make it a little bit easier for them to come into the city in that regard. It might seem humorous for some of you to think that this is not serious business, but some of you have come on board very late in understanding what is exactly going on. And I'll give you just a quick reminder that the fringe around those flags behind you make every one of you here traitors. But you'll find out soon enough. Thank you.
Any other public comments for item 21E? There being none, we will close public comments on this item. Vice Mayor Pinedo, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe there are no changes between the first reading and now and the second reading, but if we want to clarify maybe Mr. Pierre comment, I'll be more than glad to entertain that as well.
Is that what you would like? I don't mind clarifying. You would like me to clarify his comment?
If you don't mind, yeah.
So, as we stated in the first reading, due to emergency exits, that's the reason why it's staying the way it is, not for any other reason.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
There's a motion on second by Councilman Oscar Puig-Corvée. Motion by Vice Mayor Pinedo, second by Councilman Puig-Corvée. I think I heard a second over here. Yes. Okay.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2023-06 on second reading made by Vice Mayor Pinedo, seconded by Councilman Puig-Corvée. Vice Mayor Pinedo.
Yes.
Councilman Puig-Corvée.
Yes.
Councilman Porras.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabral.
Yes.
Mayor Fraga.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And we move on to item F.
Item F, ordinance number 2023-07, creating a Smart City Advisory Board, and ordinance of the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Doral, Florida, amending Article 3, Boards, Committees, and Commissions, Chapter 2, Administration of the City's Code of Ordinances, creating the Smart City Advisory Board, providing for implementation, incorporation into the code, severability, conflicts, and an effective date. This was approved on first reading on March 8th.
Public comments portion is now open on this item for 21F. Anyone who would like to come and speak, now would be the time.
Luis Marzabete Garza, once again, cease your inch-by-inch invasion of our lives. Dump this smart city fiasco. Dump the smart city fiasco. Dump the smart city fiasco. And for the sponsor of this, try to learn that in the United States, we operate differently. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. just real quick, since you're gonna have to assign somebody to that CFO and the city attorney, I'll volunteer to that group. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garza.
Yes, good evening. Richard Gluckstadt, 4768 Northwest 114th Avenue. I was on an advisory board quite a few years ago. I was on the Environmental Advisory Board. And what I saw when I was on the advisory board were people that were basically, you know, they were like almost professional advisory board candidates. They'd been on every advisory board that there was. And basically the only reason they were on the advisory board is so they could network to make money for themselves. And they really didn't want to even do anything. It took me 10 months finally on the advisory board to get something in front of the council because Dulce never told us really how to do it. And one day Karina De La Rosa walked in there and she told us what we had to do in order to get a resolution in front of the council. It was easier then. Now there's a lot of roadblocks that Bermuda's put up. So the advisory boards can't get anything in front of the council. It has to go through administration, the city manager, and the city attorney. Then they send it back to the advisory board, yada, yada, yada. Before I could just make something in the advisory board, and then we could present it to the council like I did before. That's how I got the ordinance passed. So we wasted 10 months. And then I had two people on the board, one of whom was Morgan Levy, the other was Ann Ryan. They were complaining about me to Borea because I wanted to get things done. And I wouldn't let them bully me. So they wrote letters behind my back to the city attorney and the mayor telling them that they should kick me off the board. Well, basically what happened is they both quit because I was relentless in my pursuit to help the city and our environment, because to me, that's the main thing. I think having another advisory board is a big freaking waste of time. You'd be lucky if you can get 3 people to do it. The type of people that go on the advisory boards, they're empty. I had an Italian lawyer come to me one time. He said he wanted to be on the advisory board. He went to one meeting, then he asked me, gee, can I be on the advisory board? We had one opening. I said, well, you know, send me your resume. I don't want people on the board that are just here to pump up their resume. I never heard from the guy again. I had a Brazilian lady come a few times. She didn't get on the advisory board. And then later she asked me for a personal reference so she could get a better job someplace else. I didn't even really know who that lady was. But that's really what advisory boards are all about. They don't really do anything. And the way it's set up, they can't even get in front of you anyway.
Okay, Mr. Gluckstadt, thank you. Any other comments on item 21F? Okay, being none, we'll close public comments on this item and hear from the council at this time or administration. Vice Mayor, this is your item. I don't think there's any changes.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, no changes between first reading and second reading, Mayor. So motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Vice Mayor Pinedo, second by Councilwoman Porras. Should second over here. Item clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2023-07 on second reading made by Vice Mayor Pinedo, seconded by Councilwoman Porras. Vice Mayor Pinedo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Porras?
Yes.
Councilwoman Puig-Corbet?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabral?
Yes.
Mayor Fraga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We'll move forward with item 21G.
Item G, ordinance number 2023-08, amending parking regulations, an ordinance of the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Doral, Florida, amending Article 5 Parking, Chapter 44 Traffic and Vehicles of the City's Code of Ordinances to provide for a schedule of penalty for certain violations, to establish specified fees and fines for various parking arrangements, and clarify definitions and language contained herein, providing for a repeal or severability incorporation into the code and an effective date. This was approved on first reading on March 8th.
Okay, we will open up public comments portion of this item on item 21G. If you have any comments, please come forward and speak on item 21G.
Louis Marzabeti Garza, no comment. Go ahead, clap.
No more clapping in the chambers. Thank you very much. We will respect everyone who's here. Any other comments on 21G? Gluckstadt?
First, I'd like to ask a question. Is this about government-controlled parking or the private parking?
This is our parking ordinance regarding the establishment of a parking authority. So the city attorney will clarify in a moment. Mr.
Explain-
Lewis.
Before I make
Oh,
a
it's for
comment.
government public parking.
It's for government public parking. Okay. Well, if it's for government public parking, I don't think you should charge for parking. Miami Springs was founded in 1926, and you can go there anytime you want and park, and they don't charge you for parking. So if you're gonna charge us for parking on this, you know what you can do with your ordinance. I don't want you to charge us for parking. You want more money, maybe you don't. But every time I turn around, the city wants more money for something. You blew $1 million today. You just you bumped up the, campaign financing money that you're gonna use in the future possibly. It's like a freebie. And now you're gonna maybe charge us for parking. It's bad enough Codina controls all the lots here and he can do whatever he wants. By the way, if anybody gets a Codina ticket, just rip it up. You don't have to pay that. Tell them to go stuff it because they can't collect it anyway. They can do whatever they want. Don't worry about it. It's not legal. How's Codina gonna get your money? Where's he gonna go? Hey, buddy, you owe me $90. Mr. Codina's not gonna come to your house to collect the money, but that's basically who's getting the money there. The 2 or 3 guys that own everything in the Doral. Because the people that they put up there, who they bought and paid for, allowed them to do it. Just like the pension plan. We got to stop this. You know, Doral is one of the most expensive cities to live now because the rent's so high here because of the mafia they have here running all the stores and the rental units here. The merchants have to charge double or triple what they charge in other cities. As soon as you leave Doral and you go to a Cuban restaurant, maybe you pay half. I was in Cocoa Beach a few weeks ago, and we went to an Irish pub. It was so cheap I couldn't believe it compared to the prices here. You couldn't get a meal like that over here for that price. I used to go to downtown Miami and get a medianoche and a Coke for practically nothing. I used to eat Cuban food every day. I got so tired of it, I stopped eating it. But at least it was cheap. In Doral, you go to a Cuban restaurant over here, you got to have an American Express Gold Card just to pay the tab for 2 people.
Thank you, Mr. Glutzak. Any other comments on item 21G? Being none, we'll close public comment portion of this item and turn it over to staff. If there's any update or report on this.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. So if you recall, this is for second reading. There were no changes between first and second reading. However, just as a reminder, the actual original ordinance providing for the parking charges was adopted in February of 2021. So this is amending an existing ordinance. Subsequent to that, the City Council approved an interlocal agreement with the City of Miami Parking Authority to administrate the parking services, and the amendments that are being provided for in this ordinance were based on their recommendations. Having said that, one of the concerns or issues that came up during strategic planning last week was whether we can find alternative sources of revenue. And obviously, you know, the parking is going to provide for revenue. And currently under the ordinance, that parking revenue goes into a specific parking fund just for capital projects related to parking facilities and management of that. If the council is so inclined, our recommendation would be to remove the language in sections 44-287 and 44-157 that limits the revenue to only parking related administration and capital improvements, and let administratively the finance department allocate some of those funds to general fund so that it could reach the stated goals of the strategic plan of finding other sources of revenue.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Is there any comments from the council?
I'll move.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move to amend as stated by the city attorney.
Great. Okay, so we have a motion on the table with the amendment to strike through the language as stated by the city attorney regarding the fund of which will be administered administratively.
Second.
And seconded by Vice Mayor Pinedo. I do have just a quick comment on some of the comments that were made, and I just want to clarify. This was already established in 2021. This amendment, we included to have a reduced fee for residents. So there will be a resident permit that is free of charge that will be also for residents to get that reduced fee. So we are taking into consideration our residents. With all due respect to our city, our neighboring city to the east, Miami Springs, they have one of the highest tax rates there is, and are probably able to do some of that. We, on the other hand, have the lowest tax rate in Miami-Dade County. And as such, as was just stated, we do need to find new sources of revenue so that we can provide the services to our residents. So understanding, Mr. Glutzak, that I highly respect your recommendations. This is the most efficient way to be able to move forward and provide an avenue for our residents to still enjoy the amenities in the public spaces.
It can include the government garage, correct?
So right now we don't charge for parking at our government garage. If we do in the future want to open that up to use on the weekends to come to City Hall, we don't intend to ever charge for that. But if we wanted to use it as public parking in the future for public spaces, we could. Okay. It doesn't restrict us to my understanding, if I'm mistaken.
Sorry, what's the question?
He was asking if this includes the facilities, our parking garage. I think the concern is that we would charge for parking to come to City Hall.
No, we will not.
Right,
No,
exactly.
not while the government
Correct.
hall is open.
Exactly, yes.
Center.
All right. Any other questions? No? Okay, please call the roll.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2023-08 on second reading as amended by removing language in sections 44-287 and 44-157, which limits revenue accounts. Made by Councilman Porras, seconded by Vice Mayor Pinedo. Councilwoman Porras?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pinedo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cabral?
Yes.
Mayor Fraga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. This concludes our agenda for today, and I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Councilman Puig-Corve, seconded by Vice Mayor Pinedo. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Everybody have a good evening. This meeting is adjourned.